like to call the Carson City Planning Commission to order. I'd like to have the secretary do a roll call, please.
Vice Chair Preston.
Here.
Commissioner Borders. Here. Commissioner DeChristopher. Here. Commissioner Kilgore.
Here.
Commissioner Cron. Here. Commissioner Lloyd. Commissioner Perry.
Here.
A quorum's present.
Thank you. I'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. 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 Now I'd like to talk about public comment. The public is invited at this time to comment on and discuss any topic that is relevant to or within the authority of the public body. We ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes, and when you come in, there should be a sign-up sheet, and please put your name and your phone number on that sheet, and then you can speak. Is there any public comment at this time? Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you. Betsy Strasberg. I just wanted to let the commissioners know and welcome Commissioner DeChristopher and Commissioner Carn. Appreciate you joining the group. Just wanted to let all the commissioners know, as well as the public who are here, as well as listening to this meeting, that at the last Board of Supervisors meeting, we requested that Title 17-10 be put on the agenda, and the mayor has committed to put it as a workshop on the March 3rd retreat/special meeting that that the city is organizing at WNC. We hope that it will be a interactive and productive meeting to solve the interpretation of an ordinance that was done many years ago under different circumstances that do not exist today. So we appreciate everybody's candid comments and open discussion so we can resolve the 17-10 issues in the current development projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment? Anthony.
Sprung a leak here.
Chair, Commissioners, Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. Thank you all for being here. I'd like to say that when I was at the Board of Supervisors meeting this last time, I asked for several items to be taken off of I'm nervous, I'm sorry, and taken off of the pre-stated, not to be discussed part of the agenda. And the two things I asked were so that I would get clarification and a chance to acknowledge the new the commissioners in the selection. And so welcome Kern Crown, Ellen DeChristopher. Sorry, I'm very nervous, and I didn't think I would be. But Also, I'd like to bring up the fact that commissioners had to miss meeting the last time that you were all together. While it didn't disturb your forum, it did to me point out an opportunity for us to consider being able to vote via a proxy, via online, via a picture relate on a camera, or I mean on a phone, and such like that. So no commissioner misses a vote. I think it's very important for everybody to be able to vote, whether they have to leave for whatever reason, that they still be able to put a vote on the record for each item that's voted on. I think it's very important, and it's a shame to have to miss with the technology that's available. And so that's a consideration. And I like also to have it considered that the Plain Talk Act is enforced as far as the discussion in writing down information that would otherwise be in the language of professional lawyers and such. It's to make it more user-friendly by those that are not text in legal jargon. So Plain Talk Act was put into action quite a while ago, but it's not very well known. So if everybody would look into that, and please give it a consideration. As far as my considerations today, I'm sorry that we're all still trying to just get used to the idea of having marijuana in the community as far as retail and such. I'm hoping that we've all done some study as far as the locations and types of zoning codes. So thank you very much for I appreciate you all. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello. Hello? Is it on? Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry. I'm John McSween, a partner in the McSween-Hossett Partnership, which owns parcel 010061084, located at 1601 Fairview. We have been paying taxes and developing this property since 1983. That is 40 years. Carson City charges a high price for their services and sets high standards for developing property, and they provide quality service and are consistent. This environment has allowed a business like ours to flourish and grow. Now, after 40 years, we are confronted with a downzoning of our developed parcel that will put our business operations out of compliance. One, according to planning, if there is a 12-month lapse in the currently compliant usage, then you cannot go back to that usage. Two, if a future tenant is not looking for a space and is doing their due diligence and checking the zoning, they will be steered away from our business park because they would not realize that we were operating under an exception, a so-called grandfather clause. And we would lose that tenant without ever having the opportunity to explain. In this business, it's difficult to find good tenants. We have had units sit empty for over a year. Initially, renting a space is the hard part, and once people move in, we have been very fortunate and they stay a long time. We have had some tenants over 35 years. This zoning change would be devastating to our ability to rent vacant units. We would be operating in the grips of a constrictor where any wrong move would result in losing the exception to zoning change, and eventually the zoning change will be in place with no exception allowed, or remembered by the public or the city planning employees that are directing and coordinating the planning. 4, this zoning of our parcel will be a slow death to the zoning to which we have developed the property to comply. Over 70% of our warehouse tenants require the limited industrial zoning. We have developed the property in a way that best serves those long-term tenants. We have actually developed a diverse community of tenants that works very well together. Much of this development has been accomplished by intentional steering and good fortune, and this has resulted in a stable, cohesive community of business at Fairview Business Park. The single-family residence is necessary for safety and security to prevent break-ins and should not be zoned out. What is the economic impact of this downzoning? A rough estimate puts the devaluation of the property between $500,000 and $1 million. It is incorrect that there will be no financial impact for some time. If this commission determines to go forward with this downzoning of Fairview Business Park and recommends to the Board of Supervisors, we will have to allocate resources of time and money to protect our investment, and those financial impacts will need to be financed immediately. I neglected to inquire why the zoning changes, but
Madam Chair, I believe Mr. McSwain just spoke on item 6E, and for the benefit of the audience, if you don't mind, this item that we're on right now is called public comment. This is for items that aren't on the agenda. As the commission gets to this particular agenda items, including agenda item 6E, they will take up public comment on that specific item at that time. So that will be a really focused discussion on the particular item that's before the commission. This portion of the meeting is for items that aren't on the agenda where people just have comments they want to make to the commission on matters that are within the purview of the commission. So I'm sorry to talk in jargon, but I don't want everybody from 6E to run up because the commission's not quite there yet. But when they get to 6E, anyone who's interested in talking about that, or for that matter, any item on the agenda, as they get to that agenda item, the staff will provide them a report. The applicant may make a presentation. They will then call for public comment on that item. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I missed first time. What would
No
you like
problem.
me to do?
Well, what I'd like you to do is come back when it's time, when we're discussing that particular item,
6E?
right? And finish your thought, because I can see that there's more on there that you had some additional thoughts. So
Thank you.
no problem.
Sorry.
Not a problem at all. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on something that is not on the agenda? Okay, come on up. Yeah, come on. Please sign in and then state your name and hit the little green button.
No, technically I'm not. Oh, I think it's on. Okay. Hi, my name's Derek Miles. I've come before the board for cannabis-specific items before because I am a member of the cannabis industry, and I would like to see you guys approve the item that is related to opening up the zoning for cannabis in the northern quarter of Carson City. The reason being for that would be because that is going to be the best place for it to be located to effectively give our community the ability to access cannabis in areas of this city where they are currently not able to. As you may or may not be aware, deliveries are pretty much able to be done anywhere in our city. So as long as your ID matches your residence, cannabis can be delivered anywhere. So I don't see why there would be a specific restriction on allowing a business that is, by all intents and purposes, legal to be here, to be limited to specific areas. I know they tried to make a more broad request before, and now they've kind of specified specifically where they want to be. So I would just ask that the commission approve that item. And I think that's really all I have to say. Okay. Yes, thank you.
Hi, Heather Coe. And I also agree with Betsy. I would like to see on the agenda, and no one here approve anything else in regards to 1710, because it's destroying Carson. And we had a shooting. If anyone didn't read the paper or watch the news, it's not the first. We had one at another cannabis place up on Highway 50 last year. So all that has happened since we started all of this is more fighting in the schools, drugs, shootings. It's absolutely amazing. And you know what? If they can't find a spot, too bad, because it shouldn't be anywhere near any kind of school, children, or residential places. This is ridiculous what is happening to Carson City. Reno doesn't have 4 cannabis places. We don't need this garbage here. And the fact that he came in and can't even be bothered to stay until his agenda item comes up is absolutely amazing. Thank you.
And we'll have public comment throughout. One thing is we ask that everybody be respectful of each other. So the next thing I'd like to do, since there's no more public comment, is possible action, the approval of the minutes for December 20th.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we accept the minutes of December 20th, 2022.
Second.
I think we need to note that 3 of the commissioners, let's see, how many commissioners were not there? 2 of the commissioners are not, that were at that meeting, are not at this meeting. So just want to make that note. Okay? Is that- Okay? Yes.
Since I wasn't at those meetings, maybe this was before, should I just abstain from that vote since I wasn't at the meeting as well?
Mm-hmm. Okay, do you have that, Tamara? Tamara, I'm sorry.
Yes, Mr. Cron abstained.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I will also abstain as I
Commissioner
was not at the meeting.
DeChristopher just said that she's abstaining as well.
I will also abstain because I was not at the meeting in December.
Hopefully, we have a quorum.
You did at the time. Okay. The next thing is we're going to go
Want to
to,
vote?
oh, I'm sorry. We're going to revote. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All abstaining? Anyone voting no? Passes.
Motion carries.
Next on the agenda, we have item number 6A, LU 2022-0492 for possible action and discussion. Possible action regarding an application from Alta Consulting LTD applicant for a special use permit, SUP, for a multifamily residential development on property within the Silver Oak Planned Unit Development and Zoned Retail Commercial, RC-P, located on the southeast corner of Silver Oak Drive and GS Richards Boulevard, assessors number APN 007-461-19. Heather.
Good evening, Heather Manzo for the record. So in introduction to this item, it's for a 178-unit multifamily development within a non-residential zoning district. The RC-P is, the P stands for a planned unit development. It's within the Silver Oak planned unit development. However, the commercial properties don't carry any specific standards or restrictions beyond code. So in reviewing this request, we would review it under the retail commercial zoning district standards. So the site is on the southeast corner of Silver Oak and GS Richards Boulevard. It's 6.2 acres in size. And this is not the first time that we've seen a request for multifamily development at this location. Back in 2017, as noted in your staff report, there was a request that was approved by the Planning Commission for multifamily at this site. However, it did not get developed, and so that entitlement has expired. This is a new applicant that has come in with this request for 178 units. So access to the site, north will be to the left on this slide here. Access to the site is provided via 2 driveways onto GS Richards. During the pre-application meetings, the applicant and staff had discussed potential access points, and it was determined that Silver Oak wasn't really ideal due to intersection locations and proximity to the possible driveways. So the proposed 2 driveways on GS Richards do meet code. The applicant has requested and staff has approved an alternative parking standard of 1.7 parking spaces per unit. This is very consistent with requests that we've seen for multifamily development throughout the city, and staff was very comfortable with that request. And of note, the previous project did also get approved for that same parking rate. So in terms of building layout, there's 4 main apartment buildings and then a clubhouse with the pool area. Building 1, which is closest to Silver Oak, that one is the only 4-story building that's proposed on the project. And then all the other buildings are 2 and 3 stories in height. The proposal does include a 43-foot tall maximum roof height, so that does fall under the 45-foot maximum height without the additional request of a special use permit. The building elevations do appear to meet the development standards. However, those will be taken, we'll take a look at those more in detail when they come in for their building permits. I did want to note that there are some garage buildings, single-story garage buildings along the west property line. There is a condition in the staff report recommended to require the applicant to identify which garage units will be assigned to which apartment units, and that's because those garages are being utilized to meet the parking standard. And so there is a condition for that, and also to disclose to any tenants that that would have to be used for vehicle parking and not for storage. So conditions are also recommended to mitigate the impacts of the project, which include a pro rata share for both sewer and intersection improvements. The applicant did provide the necessary studies, and staff is able to make the findings associated with services and infrastructure associated with this request. Staff did receive 1 public comment noting concerns over the proposed multifamily use and also, generally speaking, to traffic concerns. That was forwarded to the Planning Commission yesterday as part of your late materials. Because the staff report has addressed those items under the findings analysis, I don't have any further comments, but I'm happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time. So given the proposal and recommended conditions, staff can make all the findings and is recommending that the Planning Commission approve this request. The applicant's here to make a presentation if you would like. Thank you.
Heather? Recommendation number 5. Is this a new requirement? I'm not familiar with an ERRCS.
So it's not a code requirement, but it is something that the fire department provided. And so I think on the taller buildings, especially when there's less radio coverage in those areas, the fire department will ask the applicant to install the radio equipment to ensure that they can communicate without any issues. So it's just a fire department request based on this design and available.
It just doesn't seem like we've done this with any other apartment complex over the last 4 or 5 years.
Correct, and I think it really was triggered by that 4-story building.
Okay. Thank you.
So, I've got my hand up there.
I'm sorry, yes.
So Heather, I had the same question as Chuck, because I'd never seen that one before. What's the radio signal for? To notify somebody that there's a building there? I mean, what is ERRCS?
It's for fire department communications. That's about all I know in terms of the need for it. I do know that they ask for this equipment to be installed in certain cases where they know communications may be an issue. So what it does is requires the applicant to conduct a study based on their building design, and if necessary, they would install the equipment so that the fire department can communicate.
Okay. And my second question is, and maybe I missed it in here, what's this in the master plan as, this parcel? What is it shown as far as land use?
Ooh, that is a good question. Just give me one moment and I will find it.
Shows the zoning district there, but I don't see the master plan. I probably should have looked that up myself.
Mixed-use commercial?
I jumped into the applicant's presentation. So mixed-use commercial is the master plan designation is shown on the left there.
And to the right is commercial?
Uh,
The hard red?
Yeah, that's the zoning.
Okay, that's the zoning. Is that
Correct.
zoning?
Yeah,
Which
so
one's
the
the master plan? Oh, there it
the
is.
master
right
plan
there.
is
Okay.
mixed-use commercial.
Mixed-use commercial, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Vern, did you have a question?
Turn your mic on.
Okay, there we go, sorry. Heather, when you were talking about the previous approval that the Planning Commission gave What was the approved units? Were it the same amount that we have currently, or did it go up or did it go down?
To be honest, I don't recall the exact number. I do know it was a few units below what this is requested to be. However, because of the RC zoning, there isn't a max density that would be allowed in this request. So the density is approved based on the approval of the special use permit that's before you.
Okay, I was just kind of curious about, just from last time, if there was any, in a sense you don't know, that's fine, but it's reasonably close, I guess, is really what you're telling me?
I know it was less, but I don't know how many less.
Okay, all right. Then the next question I had is related to the parking. Can you explain to me, because it does show in here that, we're talking about, let's see, let me get to the right place, is that the proposed parking was 365 required and 303 is provided. And I know you'd talked about a special study, I don't know the terminology, but there is justification for that less parking. And so could you explain to me how you staff arrived at that particular, consultants and staff arrived at that number?
You bet. And I'll try to provide explanations because that's totally spot on. So in our parking section of the development standards, so that's division 1.2, that lays out the parking requirements for each kind of use. So for multifamily units, generally speaking, it requires 2 parking spaces per unit. And then if there's no on-street parking, it requires an additional half a parking space per unit. So that's essentially 2.5 parking spaces per residence, which having been in the planning community for 20 years is kind of high. So our code does allow for the ITE manual or the American Planning Association or some other nationally recognized tool that establishes parking on more of a national level to be utilized to make alternative parking requests. And so in the application, the applicant did provide for an alternative parking standard using the transportation engineer's manual. So we evaluate their request based on its merits. We look at location, appropriateness of the request, and then those are to the approval of the director. So it's not something that's before the Planning Commission for consideration, but I do include it in my presentation so that you know that it was requested and that what staff's perspective was on that.
Heather, I have a question for you, and I think that its reason is that because of our recent storms and so forth, we're seeing more Stormageddon type of projects. So my question is on a project like this, if the parking has been reduced and you are relying on street parking, where does the snow go?
So in every case, the development does need to provide for snow storage areas. Oftentimes that ends up in landscaped areas that don't have the shrubs and the trees. So when we look at building permits and site improvement permits, we do look at where those snow storage areas are. They aren't allowed to take up parking spaces in that case.
Okay, any questions before we speak to the applicant? Hi. Have you read the conditions of approval?
Yes.
I'm going to. Thank you.
Hi.
I'm Mark Newfer. I'm the applicant.
Mhm.
I'm going to tell you that we agree with the staff report, the recommendations and the conditions of approval. How's that? Better? Okay. And we agree with the recommendations and conditions of approval. We're in agreement with that.
I have one more question. Is for a special use permit, the previous one essentially lapsed, correct? So what is the term on this SUP?
Oh, sure. Condition number 3 states the term, and it comes straight out of code. So special use permits are good for 12 months. And then that condition also explains if the applicant isn't able to get shovels in the ground by that 1-year mark, what the process would be to get an extension. So 1 year, and they can make requests for additional time.
Thank you. Any question or discussion from the board and the commissioners? Commissioner Perry?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for coming tonight. Mark, is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Mark.
Mark, I got a question for you here. Since there is a reduced parking,
Mhm.
you know, recommendation here,
Mhm.
and I see you got garages for all the tenants, which is great, you know,
Mhm.
instead of them parking out there and
Mhm.
scraping snow and shoveling snow and so forth. How are you going to police it when he decides to put his kayak and his canoe and so forth in the garage and close it up and then go park someplace else?
Well, I hope I'm not the one that has to police it. So it'll be a professional management company. The owners of the apartment complex will
We'll do
be
that.
in charge of that. But
'Cause
it
it
is
will
a
happen.
condition, and it will be posted as a condition that it has to be a, understanding when you are a tenant there,
Okay.
what you do with that
Okay.
space.
I just kind of wanted that on the record, that because, I mean, storage sheds the size of those garages are $200 a month, and they're going to try to
Right,
stuff it all in there and then park someplace else. And
right.
we've already got lots of parking issues around town, so.
Yes, we will pass on that to the appropriate people, and it's very clear in the condition.
Thanks.
Yes, you're
Commissioner-
welcome.
so, excuse me, Commissioner Borders?
The previous applicant had a gate to Glen Eagles. Are you going to have a gate to Glen Eagles on this property?
We hadn't planned that, but it's a good idea. It's one of the things we like about this site is it's walkable. And I was going to say that when I introduced the project, but it's walkable, and it's walkable to Glen Eagles and Save Mart and other establishments. We can do a gate. Yeah,
Commissioner Cron?
One last question for me on the parking. Does any of your parking relies on street parking? Or is it all on-site parking?
well, what I'd like to do is, if I can just introduce a
Yeah,
few
no,
people.
I'm sorry, yeah. Yeah, go ahead. So make your
Commissioner
presentation,
Cron?
I'm sorry.
And by the way, I was a planning commissioner and a chair 1 year. So I appreciate your sacrifice and time. I've been there. But if it's okay, can I introduce our team? I'll direct that towards you, Vice Chair. So on our team, we have Steve Knoll from Design Workshop. We have Jason Durr and David Matson from KRI Architecture. We have Mike Vicks from Monte Vista Consulting, a civil engineer. We have Brian Gant next to him. That's a traffic engineer that did our traffic study. All these people have contributed to this application. And last but not least, sitting next to me is Stacy from Wood Rogers. And Stacy is the land planner, and she's going to walk the audience and you through our PowerPoint presentation. So when the time comes, if it's okay, we have Mr. Brian Gant back here that can answer those questions better than I can. Thank you. Well, no, he's actually, technically speaking, he's very good. And we'd like to respond to Ms. Schallenberger's letter point by point and respectfully answer her concerns. So that's our team, very skilled team, very proud of our team. And then Stacy was going to go through the PowerPoint at the appropriate time, but we want to respond to your questions.
Thank you. Good evening, Commission. Stacy Huggins with Wood Rogers for the record. Staff did a great job summarizing this project, and your questions have hit on some of the items that I had intended to cover. So I may quickly go through some of the slides just so I'm not repetitive. Heather, introduced the site and where it's located. So you can see on the slide on the screen there, it is one parcel. It's approximately 6.2 acres. It's located between existing office commercial uses and the Silver Oak Golf Course. This is an infill opportunity with services and infrastructure that's readily available to support development that's been planned for years on this piece of property. Next slide. And you folks have already seen the master plan and the zoning, but just to kind of reiterate, the master plan on the parcel is mixed-use commercial, and the zoning is retail commercial PUD. That is a conforming zoning designation with the mixed-use commercial. Next slide. Again, this is a 178 unit apartment project. The code does require the special use permit for residential use in the non-residential district. Next slide, please. And I know staff did a great job talking about the details, so I just want to add a couple things. This is in total 5 buildings. There are 4 apartment buildings. Building 1, which is on the left side of the screen, or I guess, for you folks on the right side, the north end of the project site, is the tallest of the 4 apartment buildings. The other 3 buildings are 3 stories, and the clubhouse is 2 stories, and it includes amenities associated with it. Internally, within these buildings, the units will range from 1 bedroom to 3 bedrooms, so there's varying sizes of units within them. And as staff mentioned, the building height of these buildings is 43 feet. Code would allow up to 45. As you can see on the site plan, the buildings have been generally located around the perimeter of the site with the parking internal, which helps to mitigate for noise and traffic impacts on the external portion of this property, really pushing the traffic and the noise associated with parking and or the garages more towards North Carson Street and the higher intensity uses out on that side. The project also includes a new meandering sidewalk along the east side of G.S. Richards Boulevard, which provides safe access and connectivity from the existing roundabout up to Silver Oak and further enhances the walkability in this general area. We touched on the parking, so I won't talk about that again, except that we have asked for a reduction at 1.7 spaces. Just for a little bit more information, the ITE manual actually identified 1.5 spaces per apartment unit as average. So in the ITE, that's the International Traffic Engineers Manual, they found that 1.5 spaces per unit was average. We are asking for 1.7. And there is additional on-street parking on G.S. Richards. So the parking on G.S. Richards and in the roundabout are not counted towards the parking that we're providing with this project. Last but not least, the project does include 1.5 acres of landscape and common area. So that equates to about 24% of the site. Code requires 20%, so we are over the requirement on common areas and landscaping, and all of that will be maintained by an HOA or some sort of landscape maintenance association. Next slides. So I just want to sort of quickly give you some visuals of the units and be able to talk a little bit about them. So this is a rendering of what the project will look like on the site when it's built. And you can just kind of maybe just slowly go through these for me, Heather, as I'm talking. The buildings were designed and oriented to complement the local area while taking advantage of the views of the surrounding mountains in the area. The project was designed with the community in mind, providing the common areas and the amenities and the walkability and the walkable paths in and around the project. As I mentioned, the 1 to 3 bedroom units within these the units themselves are generally larger than your typical multifamily apartment project, with an emphasis to create these to be a quality place to live. So they've really taken some time and effort to design a project that individuals can really call home and live comfortably in them. The design also supports a community-oriented living environment that supports the overall area and the existing businesses as well as future businesses in the area. Next slide, please. The traffic study, we did complete a traffic impact analysis. As Mark mentioned, that was prepared by Wood Rogers Traffic Engineer to specifically analyze the impacts on the surrounding area. They looked at the intersections of Silver Oak and North Carson Street, as well as G.S. Richards and Silver Oak. As a result of the traffic study, we estimated 97 p.m. peak hour trips with approximately 1,260 ADT based on that 178 unit building. Through the traffic study, it was identified that all of the intersections will operate at acceptable levels of service, except for the intersection of North Carson Street and Silver Oak Drive. And I mention that and want to follow up by saying that intersection currently does not meet warrants for a traffic signal. And it really only fails with or without this project in the future. So it's on the brink of failing even today with this project or without this project or even with this project. So to mitigate for that level of service issue at that intersection, the applicant has agreed to, and there is a condition that requires this pro rata share towards a future traffic signal, or as noted in the staff report, other improvements that Carson City's Transportation Department may bring forward. So we have agreed to that, and we'll do our part. Last slide. So in summary, we believe this project provides a good transition between the single-family residential to the west and the higher intensity commercial to the east along North Carson Street. It provides alternative housing option in this area that does not currently exist. As I mentioned earlier, it is a great infill opportunity to take advantage of existing infrastructure and services and transit in the area. This area has historically been identified for higher intensity uses, which does include and allow for this higher density residential product. The project is surrounded by institutional, commercial, and retail uses that can support a balanced land use mix, which is identified as one of the guiding principles in your master plan. And it does promote a walkable neighborhood by providing paths and new sidewalks along GS Richards Boulevard. So thank you for your time. As the applicant mentioned, we have read the staff report and we agree with all of the conditions, and our team is here and happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to throw it back to the commissioners. Commissioner Borders?
Thank you for your presentation. Could you comment on the same thing I asked about earlier, the ERRCS requirement? Do you?
Stacy Huggins for the record. So I think that is a fire recommendation, and I may want to look to our civil engineer if he knows the answer. No? Okay. Okay. Do you mind if we have someone else from our team?
No, that's fine.
Okay, perfect. I'm not an expert at that, so I don't want to.
I'm not either. That's why I'm trying to find out.
I'm Jason Durr with the architecture side of things.
Okay.
I forget the acronym already, but it's
ERRCS.
It's emergency radio responder coverage, and essentially a building has a density, right? So your walkie-talkie is only so effective. When the fire crew gets there, they're able to communicate with themselves within the building by a provided communication system. So what happens is there's a survey done of the building to figure out how dense it is, how well radio waves can penetrate it. And it's either decided that yes, you need to provide this an internal communication system, or no, the building is permeable by radio waves and they can communicate on their own accord. So in addition to that too, it's the fire department. The fire department has the authority on a lot of the fire stuff from a building code perspective. And it's a newer one that's come up in some of the newer, it's newer to the fire requirements for building permits. So I would imagine it is probably going to come up more frequently in future projects.
Is this a stick built?
Yes, at the moment it is.
On your double loaded corridors, do you have to sprinkle those corridors?
It depends on where our fire separations are based on area of the building. We hadn't got all the way into the weeds on where they are, but they should, at minimum, the corridor walls will be an hour. And depending on the sprinkler system we use, yes or no.
Okay.
That's another building typology to
And
fire
the only
separation.
building with an elevator is the 4-story, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. Those were all my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Lloyd for the record. On other multifamily projects, we have seen infrastructure allowing for electric vehicle charging. Is there a plan to have any at this complex?
Stacy Huggins for the record. At this time, we have not identified any electrical vehicle charging spots. But that's not to say that we couldn't work through that as we come forward with the building plans.
Thank you.
It's my microphone. Okay. So as the applicant, I'm in favor of that. We're in favor of compact development, using transit, walkable communities, so that would be something we can focus on.
Okay, Commissioner Perry.
Thank you, Stacy, for your presentation. I have two questions. What's the mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms here? I didn't see it in here, but maybe I missed it.
I am going to defer to the architect to answer your question.
Okay. Okay, get to come back.
Oh, they're playing games on their cell phone back there. Or they're trying to figure it
There's
out.
a breakdown on page A101 in the packet.
Page 101.
It's a plan, and on the plan it calls it out.
Hi, my name is David Madsen. I'm with KRI Architecture. We have 71 one-bedrooms, 62 two-bedrooms, and 48 three-bedrooms as of right now.
71, 62, and 40.
48.
48.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I always ask this question for multifamilies because it's something that's important in the community here, and I realize sometimes it's hard to answer, but what are these going to rent for?
That is not my department, Richard.
Yeah,
Do you have some idea, though, just kind of?
Mark knew for the record, so I can tackle that as that's yet to be determined. These will be brand new. They're larger than most, and somebody's going to have to make that determination, but it's not this group here.
Okay.
We're
I have-
designers and land planners.
And things change, but I always like to get a feel for, is this high-end, mid-end, or more affordable housing?
So I'd say high quality, mid level.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Good math, Charles. One of them must be, maybe it was 60. I've got 60, 70. Yeah, maybe 60, 70. Thanks, sorry, Charles.
Commissioner Lloyd.
It is on one of the pages. On one of the front pages, it is in there.
I guess this is a question for potentially for staff. Where they talked about in the traffic study that North Carson Street and Silver Oak Drive would essentially fail in the afternoon no matter what in 2035. What are our plans looking forward in the future for the potential of that intersection?
Lisa McIsaac for the record. The city currently has a pro rata share that for anyone who is contributing to that intersection. With that, we are exploring other options. The single is warranted. However, our transportation department has expressed that there may be better options for that intersection.
Thank you.
No problem.
I'd like to have more discussion with the board. Thank you so much for all your presentation. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. To go public, yeah, okay. And now I'm going to open it up for public comment. And it has to be on this specific item on the agenda. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Joy Trushinsky. I am a resident of Carson City. I am asking this board to please place a moratorium on residential building for 2023. As residential housing building increases, more people are moving into our area, which is causing more congestion, more crime, more long lines. Have you been to the DMV lately? More roads that need maintenance, and eventually more schools. And And this also will cause an increase in taxes to support it all. Your Carson City growth policy is ruining the small town atmosphere of Carson City. I believe I am not alone in this feeling. I would like to know why you are pushing for so much growth in Carson. I also want to know is who is getting rich from all this expansion? And the third question I want answered is, do we have jobs enough to support this increase in our population? Thank you for your time. And I would like the answer to these questions, though.
Okay,
Thank
ma'am,
you.
I need you to sign in, and we don't answer questions. We take the public comment, and at this point, I would refer you to the growth management. It is now on our website, and it'll explain to you the reports that we had. We just had one in December that gave us an update on our water, transportation, sewer. So I'd refer you to that.
Okay, but I still think the expansion is way too much, way too quickly, and I don't believe that our water supply is going to support it all in the future. Thank you very much.
Denny French, Carson City, Nevada, Chair and Commissioners. I have to say ditto to most of that, but I also have to appreciate all of your coming up with most of my questions. I was concerned about the open space. That's pretty much and the landscaping. I'm not really in love with the look. I definitely am not for the height. I don't feel that we need anything over 2 stories, especially when they're not offering any elevators. But one of the things about this is the water situation, the traffic situation, and the parking situation, snow considerations and such. But as far as my thing is, just how appreciative. I mean, you came up with the sprinkler issue, thank you. You came up with the parking considerations, thank you. You came up with a lot. They didn't come up with answers to some of the things I'd like to know. The rent, what are we giving up to have housing that's affordable for locals that are already here looking for places that can't afford what's being built already? So those things are considerations that I have, and I'm very uncomfortable with our water situation, especially after listening to the new governor, Joe Lombardo, talk about water issues that they're dealing with and trying to get a handle on. So I think right now is the time to, if we could look to the state for their overabundance or of cash that they have on hand and grab out what we needed to make sure that we insured the water and such, and our waste management and those things, infrastructure type things, I'd be all for building new homes for the people in Carson that can move out of situations like hotels, motels and such, and find a home, a place where they can call community and have clean and a good environment. So thank you very much. I got a little less nervous and I didn't wet this chair.
Is there any further comment in regards to this item? Okay, come on up and please sign in.
Good evening. Push this button.
Push the button and make it green. Got it.
Good evening. My name's Judy Schallenberger. We own a medical practice in Silver Oak. We've been there for 13 years. It's a really nice place to have a business. I was involved in the Silver Oak development project years and years ago, and it was always purported that it would be a mixed, meaning more like my place or things that were complementary to a medical parkway and business parkway. The snow is a real biggie. I had a couple of patients have accidents because the corridor is a very narrow corridor. There's a small roundabout. Elderly people are coming in. They were getting blocked because there was so much snow piled all around. One person got a car stuck coming into our particular place. I'm sure there more things like that happened around there. I can't even imagine considering 178 units. If you had an average of 3 persons driving, that's upwards of 500 vehicles coming in and out of a narrow, very pleasant and serviceable medical parkway. I know Dr. Wolf, he's certainly not very happy about this. He didn't even really know. He just got his notice or something late. But anyway, I'm concerned with children, skateboarding, bike riding, all the things that children do. I just think it's dangerous. I'm also concerned about the water. Yeah, I mean, when is enough to plan something so colossal, not even in keeping with any of the buildings in the area? To me I can't believe that it would even be considered. You're going to have accidents. If anything colossal happened there, you only have 2 roads to get in. It's G.S. Richards and it's Silver Oak, and they're narrow little roads. And that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Pepsi Strasburg. I quickly looked through it. I understand that this packet was sent out on January 11th. I don't know how all of the commissioners do it, but 11 working days, I wouldn't have able to appreciate all the nuances of this project. So I'm not really surprised that there was not more public comments submitted other than Ms. Schallenberger a little while ago. If it is part of the Silver Oak PUD, I'm wondering why it's across the street? Why isn't it within the development? That was a question for me. On the sewer, the lights, the sewer system, it said that it may need to be modified earlier than the 5 to 10 years that was projected. The developer is providing amount of $73K. I know that our city does not have unlimited funds, so how are they going to support the additional signal lights, the sewers, and anything else that comes up? The second thing is the school system said we are looking forward to the growth and we'll be able to accommodate the children that come out of this PUD. I think it's time. It's time to have all of the school district, the fire department, all the engineering people put their comments in their letterhead so we have it on record rather than a hearsay passed through the planning commission. I saw the open space paragraph and I was eagerly looking for 17-10 reference. As you know, I'm very concerned about that. There were no reference. I could only find Title 18 so-and-so. So I think if the developer is going to use 17-10, it should say so. The height of the big building, building 1 is 43 feet. I'm wondering what is the nearest building that is that high? Are we using the Carson Tahoe Hospital as the reference point? Because when I go to Ms. Schallenberger's clinic, I didn't see any 4-story buildings around that area. So those are some of my main questions. I hope you will have an opportunity to ask them. Also, I want to remind you that the school district submitted a budget of $5.2 million deficit and a teacher shortage. So simply by saying we can accommodate is not sufficient testimony of their ability to do so in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Have you signed in? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name's Lisa Partee, and I wasn't going to speak to this, but listening to Betsy and Ms. Schallenberger and everyone else, they come up with some great points. And I said this years ago before they put that roundabout at Stewart that was totally unnecessary. I said, you are inviting thousands of people to come live here, and you're taking down our roads to 1 lane. And they're planning to do this on Highway 50, and they did it on Stewart. It was not an intersection that needed fixing. It was the best intersection we had in town. Now it's dangerous for me. I've had countless close calls going through that roundabout. People don't know how to use a roundabout. But we don't have enough water. We're always fighting for water. I remember they were talking about taking our water from Vegas. We have far too much traffic, and now they're going to do the 50, and they're going to take it down to 1 lane each direction there too, because of this Agenda 2030 garbage. It's not one size fits all for these plans. Where are we going to put more schools? Because if you invite all these people in, we're going to need more schools. There's only one high school. It's not sustainable. And I just don't understand, and the water and sewer. They've just updated the water treatment plant, the sewer and all that, but it's not going to be able to manage all this additional growth that's coming in. And we just had all those beautiful condos behind the Fandango. We've got them all over the place. Little Lane. I think it's time to say enough's enough and start really planning it out responsibly, not just to appease people that want to move here. Thank you.
Good evening, Richard Nagel for the record. Just one quick question. Is the city going to get stuck maintaining the roads inside the development, or is the HOA going to take care of it? The roads, maintaining that is, not clear. Thanks.
Good evening. Leanne Sarm for the record. I also was not going to speak on this exactly. I hadn't had a chance to really digest it, but there are a few concerns after listening to the presentation and being involved in our community, well, since I was born. I was born and raised here and an engineer and a business owner in the area. And a couple of key points that just kind of piqued my interest and concern is the 4 stories, the height and the surrounding compatibility and the way that's going to be perceived and looked, and then where does that take the next development, and how much higher and how much more are we actually going to be building this up? That's a concern of mine. The other is how the density was chosen just randomly at 178 on that size of a parcel, with the way the traffic, and as an engineer myself, I understand traffic engineering and codes and international codes, but we're not just the average. We don't fit into the average of what the whole United States is. We are not a big city where everybody walks. We are a small community. We are an outdoor community. We have snow. We have 4-wheel drives, most of us in some ways. We have larger vehicles for that reason. And these spaces and the parking really concerns me. I think we need to go and revert back to at least the standards that we've asked for in our community, not say that we're reverting to some average of international code. I work with international code. I know that it doesn't fit for all communities. That's one of the other concerns. The other concern, I totally agree that the garages are going to become storage spaces, and no matter how much you try to police that, it's not going to stay that way, and that's just even more impacting. Along with the snow, they say is going to go onto the landscaping. Well, you can't put dirty, asphalty snow into those areas. The snow is usually left on sidewalks or in parking areas that are not used as much, which means that we're going to limit that even more. Let me just see a couple of the other quick question. I drive that College Parkway all the time, and there's a very dangerous curve that comes around as you're heading east, and there's a crosswalk that used to go from the old Kmart building across to Save Mart, and that's where that roundabout enters out into the College Parkway. I can't tell you how many times I've come around that corner and slammed my brakes on because either somebody's trying to turn left. It's a very wide area where there's a blind corner, there's a crosswalk. I mean, I've been like this before because I can see coming from Save Mart, but somebody coming around the corner, there's somebody crossing that street and I'm like, just cringing. And I just think that's going to impact this as well. And so those densities are a little concerning. So thank you for listening.
Hi, my name's Roger Arlen. I own the building at 3917 North Carson. More affectionately, you all may remember that as the old Sears appliance store. So I've owned that building for 2 years, and when buying that building, one of the attractive elements of that was the view back across the street toward the mountain. As configured, this development puts a 4-story building directly across the street and very directly impacts that view. I actually am somewhat supportive of the project because I think it can be a good use of that space, but it strikes me as it is too large, and especially as it's provisioned relative to our property, seems excessive in terms of height, and I don't know of any other 4-story buildings that are in that area. One other consideration, having now spent 2 years in that area, on the traffic topic, that is a pretty gnarly intersection, and my sense is the people who will be living there, anytime they're getting to the highway, they're going to come out of Silver Oak, turn left across Carson and head down to Arrowhead, or if they're going to Reno, just continue down North Carson to get on the highway. That's a long intersection to go across, and if we're going to be adding 200 or 300 cars a day that are trying to cross that intersection, I think that's a real challenge. I do think a traffic signal could be a solution to that. I heard a reference to something that might be an alternative. I think a roundabout there would be a disaster, having seen what goes on in other parts of Carson and specific to that area. So again, I'm somewhat supportive of the project, but I think there are some revisions that would make it fit better. Thank you.
Heather Coe. I've lived in Silver Oak for 26 years. I can't tell you how many times I've almost been hit by a car, along with my son, my dog, my daughter, my grandchildren, because it's already getting so congested now. There are no buses in the area within Winnie and certain parts of Silver Oak where the buses actually come for Borderwick and for Fritch. Most of these kids have to walk. And unless you're there, my daughter cannot pick up both of her kids from school. One's at Borderwick, her stepson, and my grandson is at Fritch. There is no way. There is 10 minutes before she can get to the other one because it is so congested there. And she cannot walk on time to do so. I will put my house up for sale if you do this. This is nowhere compatible. This is not compatible at all with Silver Oak. And I can't imagine why anyone would want to destroy Carson this quickly, as fast as you guys are doing it. And I'm begging you to please not do this project. I mean, you have to realize how many kids walk to school unless you've been over in that area. And I walk my dog to or to Save Mart all the time. You cannot believe how many times I've watched accidents happen. An elderly man, he got hit by a car not too long ago. His dog died. I don't know where everyone is getting their information, but unless you live in these areas, and by the way, it floods around that area so badly, it's ridiculous. And my parents take that road, as do a lot of us, to get to the hospital. And you're not going to be able to do that in any timely manner anymore without accidents. And you can't see around some of those corners. This is so horrific. I can't even imagine. But I'm begging you, please don't do this. The height, it's everything. It is not compatible. This is going to be an eyesore that will drive even more people out of Carson. People moved here for a reason. And most of those people, they did their homework. And they wanted a place to retire and a place to live that wasn't congested and didn't look like the crap hole that Reno's turned into. Thank you.
Colleen, oh. There we go, okay. Colleen Schiller. I've sat here and listened to this, and I've really been upset. I didn't hear anything talked about dark sky fixtures and things preserving the beautiful skies that we used to have in our area that you can't hardly see anymore, and that's really tragic. So I'd like that to be addressed. I'd like to know if the traffic study was done over just one day, if it was done with boots on the ground, with actual measurements that are current in all kinds of inclement weather. Usually it's a week in the best weather that we have, and I don't think you can really accurately evaluate a traffic pattern. One thing that really bothers a lot of people, and that really bothers me, is that these new buildings coming in don't have the rustic, rural character of our area. We have a development in South Carson that everybody calls the shanty town. All that's missing is a lobster restaurant. And it's not consistent with the other houses in the area. This building looks like a public housing in a newly free country or something. It's cold, it's not friendly, and it doesn't say welcome to Carson City. And I think it's sad. We kind of lost our feel here. And that's all I want to say.
Is there any other further comment? Heather, would you like to go ahead and address some of the concerns?
Sure, I can.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Karen Stevens. I've lived here in Carson for, I sometimes lose count, but it's about 28 years. And it was such an adorable city when I moved here. So rustic and welcoming. And now it just seems like we're doing all this construction that's really taken away the charm of our city. And this particular development is not consistent with the neighborhood. 4 stories is not compatible. It seems excessive in height. And I've been to Dr. Schallenberger's office, and that road is traveled by people that are going to the hospital, to the doctor's office, to go to the eye doctor. And people aren't feeling good when they're going to these appointments normally. And now we're going to put a whole bunch more traffic on there to compete with people that are going down that road for medical reasons. The other thing is I don't really think that all these buildings that are being built are taking in consideration the people that already live here. We just really don't care about Carsonites anymore, or the birds or the animals that are being pushed out of their habitat. It's all about profit and bringing in all this new construction. And so I am, as everybody else that's spoken, against this project, and I hope that it does not get voted and approved on. Thank you.
You sign in? Thank you. Is there any other short people I can't see? Okay. I'd like to bring that back to you, Heather, please.
Okay, thank you. Heather Manzo for the record. So I'll go over some of the kind of planning related items, and then we can turn it over to engineering or even the applicant's engineers to answer some of the, or address some of the other items. So in general, I heard, if this is in the PUD, then why not in a different part? The Silver Oak PUD actually extends to this parcel itself. And so while it's not in the residential area, it is within the Silver Oak PUD, and it was planned for at the time that planned unit development was adopted. So in terms of 17.10, the reason it's not referenced in this staff report is because it wasn't applied for. This is a multifamily development that conforms to the standards that are contained within the retail commercial zoning district. So 1710 does not apply to this project. There was a question related to who maintains the roads within the development. So anything that's on the parcel itself is required to be maintained by the developer or the operator. It's not public, it's not going to be publicly maintained. There were a lot of comments related to building height. Where did the building height come from? Why are we allowing for something that's that tall? So for retail commercial zoning, 45 feet is the maximum height allowed by right. So any use that's allowed in retail commercial could come in today, make that request and develop a 45-foot tall building. In this case, the applicant's meeting the zoning limitation or the height limitation. There is an opportunity to apply for a special use permit for something higher than 45 feet, but we're not faced with that request today. In terms of density, where did the density come from? And this is really a good point. It was contained in the staff report under the master plan conformance section. So the master plan designation is mixed use commercial. And what it says about residential development is it's encouraged when it equals high density residential. Now, mixed-use commercial defines high density with a range of densities between 8 dwelling units and 36 dwelling units per acre. This project falls almost in the middle of that at 28.7 dwelling units per acre. So if you take a look at the master plan, it conforms with the master plan goals of high density residential when residential is proposed within that district. And then when we take a look at the density in relation to the retail commercial zoning, there's no maximum density allowed, or there's no limitation, I should say, on the density. So staff was able to find that this is in conformance with the master plan and with the zoning district. Let's see, someone had mentioned something about views and obstructive views. Carson City Code doesn't take view preservation into consideration. There's nothing in the code that would require someone to preserve someone else's view. So it's not something that's evaluated by the Planning Commission. And then someone had mentioned dark skies. So I think that I mentioned it in the staff report, but I don't recall, but I'll go ahead and say it now. Projects like this require a photometrics plan. And so what that would require is shielded lighting that is downlit, that doesn't extend beyond the property lines. So in this case, the applicant will come in with a lighting plan with the building permit that provides for photometrics demonstrating that the light is not going to shine upward, outward, that it'll be contained on the site. So as much as we can, we do make sure that every project conforms to the code in that perspective. So I think I can turn it over to engineering to address some of the other items.
Lisa McIsaac for the record. So one item I heard about was GS Richards being a narrow street. It does currently meet with requirements for our local urban complete streets. Also, I heard about our sewer system being at capacity before the 5-10 years. It is currently at capacity, but that at capacity is a theoretical capacity based on the projects that have been entitled. Our actual capacity, it is below the 50%, the actual amount. However, it is closely monitored by Public Works. With that being said, we are planning on replacing it, and depending on if the need does arise, we may replace it sooner. And also that theoretical capacity, the 50%, is based on code. However, the main can hold up to 60% full comfortably. And also I heard about floods around the area. FEMA has not deemed that as a flood zone. They do still have to meet our drainage manual and our drainage requirements during site improvement. For further information of how the traffic study is conducted, I would actually want to hand it off to their traffic engineer to discuss the methodology, if you guys would like to hear further.
Yes.
For the record, Brian Gant with Wood Rogers. General overview of how the traffic analysis is done. It starts with conducting existing traffic counts, turning movement counts. These were conducted in September of this year. So one of the things that we do is make sure that it's a time frame when school is in session, so that traffic can be accounted for. And the way that is obtained, it varies depending on the count vendor that is used to go out and get those counts. We do use a vendor to go do that. We don't go out there ourselves, but there are different ways that can be done. Generally these days, that's done through video logging. There's equipment that's put up temporarily, and it captures a video, and it counts both cars, pedestrians, and bicyclists, and gives you a tally. We focus generally for this type of analysis on peak hour counts. So that's your morning peak hour from 7 to 9, and your PM peak hour 4 to 6. But we also do look at 24-hour counts for certain locations or certain instances. And that was done in here. That's how that signal warrant analysis was met for the 8-hour signal warrant. And then looking forward, we use those counts and do an analysis on how the roadway system is performing today compared to established thresholds. And you look at what the incremental difference would be with the project. You forecast that out again into 2035 and do the same analysis and again at 2045. And so that was the methodology that was used within this traffic study.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to bring it back to the board. Do any of the commissioners have any input? Okay, Commissioner Perry?
I'll go ahead and start, and I'm going to try and address some of the things that I heard here tonight. And I'm gonna start with what was mentioned before. And I know many of you out there probably have seen this, but on an annual basis, all of the city departments and the school district, the police department, the fire department, and all are required to comment in on the growth constraints that they have in the city. And they do write a detailed report. And we look at that in April or May as the Growth Management Committee and go through it with them. That's a meeting that unfortunately isn't attended by as many people as I would like to see, because it really has the guts of a lot of what your concerns are here. And it comes out in what's called the Growth Management Plan, and we recommend it to the city supervisors. They review it for their comments or changes, and they ultimately pass it or modify it. And it is out there. If you go to the planning department's page under the Growth Management Committee, you can read the whole thing. I continually hear, what are we going to do for water? And I listened to the governor's talk the other day too, and I used to work for the state engineer, so I know a little bit about water. But we have, as a group here, at least in the 3 years I've been here, spent a lot of time on looking at that issue since people brought it up. The city has 18,000 acre feet of water right, both surface and underground water from various different sources. And we currently used, I think last year, 11,000 acre feet of that. And we are using less water now, last year, than we did in 2008. Water consumption's not going up in this city in volume, it's going down because of conservation. We don't have a lot of water, and that is true because that's not a huge number. And that is the guts of the growth management plan of looking at how much can this city actually build to, how big can it get? And, smaller lots on multifamily housing use a whole lot less water than 1 acre lots when you use those multipliers there. So, there's constraints in the cost of building in the town. We continually hear about there's no affordable housing, where are the teachers and the policemen and the firemen going to live? I don't want to see this place become Incline Village where all the teachers live down here and in Douglas County and someplace else because they can't afford to live there. Because let's face it, a single family house in this town, and we don't set the price, I think is somewhere between $400,000 and $500,000. Not many people can buy that. So it's easy to say, I like it as the way it is, I don't want it to change. But how is the service sector going to live here if that's the case? So we cannot do a building moratorium. There is a clause in Section 18, Title 18, that says we can recommend a moratorium in a certain area if we see that there's constraints in sewer and water and the master plan needs to be changed, and we have to recommend that to the city supervisors. Only they can do that. I just wanted to mention a few of those things, and I encourage you to look at the growth management plan because, the school districts basically, the last few years is looking at declining enrollment. One of the things in the growth management plan is the demographics based on the census data. And in 2010, it said that the average household here was 2.7 people, and by 2020, it was down to 2.4. So we effectively are an aging community. And I think we all know that because the size of the houses is getting smaller because there's not as many kids. And actually, the school district is seeing that in their funding. So the issue of, gosh, where are we going to put them in schools isn't there. They'd like more students. They get paid by the state for more students. So, that's a good read if you take the time to do it. We don't, as the Planning Commission, push development. We're all citizens up here that just raised our hands. We don't get paid for this. We drive around on our own gas to go look at all these things after this packet comes out to try and get a feel for it and try and study it and have tried to become understanding and good at those things. We, just like city staff here, respond to private landowners' desires to develop on their private land. It's not the city that says, oh, you can build here, you can't build here. Well, let's see what the master plan says. 'Cause they're the filter on that. What does the master plan say? What does the zoning say? You can't build certain things in zoning, that don't fit in there. And those things never even make it to this meeting most of the time. This one is basically a multifamily development in retail commercial. If you look at good zoning practices, you want your higher density stuff closer to your arterial routes. And Carson Street is a major arterial route. You don't want them up on the hill the other side of the golf course where you've got minor arterial streets moving around. And in this case, there are a number of streets there that are, what is the term? Collectors, I think, right? Is that what this street is? It's a collector street, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. So, I kind of wanted to just say a few of those things because it just seems like sometimes there's this perception that, oh, wow, we want development at any cost. That's not what we're here for, and we don't tell them, what they're going to develop on their property. They come up with a project, and they do the engineering studies based on that and work with city staff to come up with what they propose to do. And if it triggers a special use permit like this one did, then it ends up here at this meeting for a public meeting so that everybody can hear the reasons, why. That said, I went over to the multifamily zoning here, and this all does fit within it. It's 28 units per acre, and it's below the 45-foot height restriction for multifamily if it happened to be in that zoning district. There's one thing on this that I do struggle with, though, and that is the parking. In our code, it's 2. And when I heard the mix there of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments, I'm concerned that there's not going to be enough parking in this development at 1.7, because anybody that lives in a 2-bedroom apartment is going to probably have 2 cars. I know that it's a recommendation and it comes out of some study that is done elsewhere, but that is my one concern on this. I'd rather see it as 2 parking spaces per unit, so that it doesn't spill over onto the street. Thanks.
Commissioner Borders?
All the things that I had written down, you'd already said, Rich. Again, I'd like to reemphasize the fact that we have, as a group, this body, worked very hard to get the growth management plan to a position where people can read it and understand it and use it, and so that you don't knee-jerk to things that seem important to you. We do not have the control to issue moratoriums. I would like to remind everyone that we are an appointed body, not an elected body. We are up here to interpret the rules and regulations and ordinances and laws that your Board of Supervisors has put in place. We're not allowed to say, I just don't like it, so I'm going to vote no. We need a reason to vote no or to vote yes. And that reason is based upon the city requirements that are in place that your Board of Supervisors has put in place. Not this current board, but boards for the last 20 years. So the policies that we follow are the policies that are given to us. We're not allowed as a board to make decisions and turn projects down from property owners just because we don't like it. There's a 45-foot building that we approved at the U-Haul place on Highway 50. The property just to the north of this, at our last board meeting, we approved several 3-story buildings for a continuing care hospital. They all fall within the zoning and the master plan requirements that we're forced to look at. So if you can be mad, but don't be mad at us. You know, we're trying to do the best we can with the equipment that we've got to work with. And, you know, if enough of you feel strongly enough about the fact that you want to build a moat around Carson City and not let anybody else come in anymore because you don't want it to change, you're entitled to that position. But that's not the position of your current city government. So I would encourage you to go talk to them in addition to the other things that are going on. That's all I got.
And for Commissioner Lloyd?
I have another question for staff, engineering staff. So GS Richards Boulevard, like I'm looking at it right now on Google Maps on the virtual thing. But if there's parking on both sides of that street, does that still meet whatever it's supposed to meet?
So there isn't going to be parking on GS Richards. There is existing parking at the roundabout, though. GS Richards is required complete streets, which includes bike lanes.
Okay, so so individuals in the community would not be able to park on that street.
GS Richards, no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, because then I'm going to have another concern here in the fact that Renown has got their building up for sale that is on that cul-de-sac. And that was a medical facility that actually also relied on cul-de-sac parking. There's a vacant lot there that, again, relies on cul-de-sac parking. But I do want to point out, though, too, is both the hospital and the building with the 2 penthouses are, I think they're right around your 45-foot height level. And so I do want to bring that. One of the other things that I wanted to bring forward, too, is Charles was being kind of cavalier on the putting the moat around Carson City. What Carson City has done, which I think is really a neat situation, and I think you all appreciate it, is they took money from developers and actually purchased open space and trail areas. So the basic perimeter of Carson City is public lands. And so it cannot be built on. So when we're looking at this, and we're looking at planning, we're looking at infrastructure that exists. We are very cognizant on where the sewer lines are. We are very cognizant on capacity. We know where power is. We know where the water is. And this is important to us. The other thing is, though, too, is we don't have a city that is out there building things without actual, you'll see the percentage that they have as far as a partnership. There is builder participation in Carson City's infrastructure. And I want to make that very clear. Anyway, that's mine. And, okay, you ready? Okay, you ready?
This
Go
is a
ahead.
question for city staff because the growth management plan for the last few years limits the number of new residential water and sewer hookups to a maximum of 3% of the existing population in the town, a number of residential hookups, right? And, you know, for at least in the 3 years I've been here, we've been at like 1 or 2%. And I think Hope reported that there was total of 7 housing starts so far this year. I know there's some from past years because these things kind of roll over. It takes, you know, quite a while for these things to get financing and get built. And honestly, and I'm going to speak from experience, and this is nothing on you, but half of the apartment complexes that we approve never get built because of whatever reasons, of financing and so forth. And they're allowed to come back for 1 year on an extension, and after that, they have to come back to the planning commission. Because there's another one on this street that was approved several years ago, I think, that's sitting there and hasn't been built on, and it's, I think, on its second extension. But will 178 units exceed the 3% of the growth management plan for what has been approved year to date this calendar year?
Heather Manzo, for the record, no, it would not. There's capacity to permit the whole apartment, correct.
Okay. Any other questions of the commissioners? Would you like to discuss anything? Okay. All right. Yes, Commissioner Lloyd.
Commissioner Lloyd, for the record, I too, like Mr. Perry, Commissioner Perry, have concerns on parking for the development. I think that if we are expecting possibly younger families or families to live there, I think we're going to see more vehicles than can actually park there. And if they can't overflow park on the street, which I would not recommend, but if they can't, where are they going to go?
I like the mode idea.
The mode. I have another question for you, is that we're looking at 40 garages on here that people have been concerned about being storage. In that footprint, how many individual parking spaces could you put in that 40 garages?
So I can answer that. It's 1 parking space per garage. Those are single car garage doors.
Stacy Huggins for the record. We don't know the exact number, but I can tell you that because of the buildings, and I think what you're saying is if there weren't garage spaces and they were just surface lots, what would the equivalent surface lot spaces be? I would anticipate somewhere between 10 or 15 additional spaces if the buildings weren't there. I don't know the number off the top of my head. I know our team was trying to figure it out back there, but we don't know it off the top of our head, the exact number. But I can tell you it would be more than the 40 spaces because there wouldn't be buildings and walls, and maybe our engineer has an answer for you now. I apologize.
Good evening, Mike Vicks with Monte Vista Consulting for the record. In our initial design, we did not include garages along there. We considered that as an additional amenity, and we had 57 parking spaces along that rear. So we would gain 17 additional parking spaces, essentially, if we eliminated the 40 garage spaces in favor of open parking. So, 303 plus 17, so 320.
Mike, what's the ratio on that?
That's not my head. 1.79775. 1.8, yep.
So, Madam Chair, can I ask Heather and the planning staff a question? So the last several apartment complex, multifamily things that we have approved, what did we have for parking ratios there?
So aside from affordable housing, because they have provided different justifications, 1.7 has been a very common number. So when applicants come in with pre-application requests and they want to do a parking, letter to request an alternative standard, staff always expresses 1.7 is kind of where we see as a comfort level. So most apartment complexes that are coming in for entitlement or building permit are at 1.7.
Okay, so there is some history there, huh?
Or what is the board's desire?
Would you all be acceptable with a 1.7 ratio?
You mean 1.8?
Or 1.8? I'm sorry, 1.8?
Yeah, I'll let Mark put his.
Mark Newford for the record. Yes,
Okay.
we would
I-
meet
I
that,
th- I
we
think you
commit
get-
to that
I
right
think you
now.
get- I think you get more warm fuzzies from this group at that. But I'm not speaking for the group, I'm just speaking for myself.
Thank you.
I can live with that because I was just concerned the garages were going to get filled like storage sheds and those 43 were going to be out on the street. So this alleviates that a bit.
Yes.
I'd like to entertain a
Commit to
motion.
that.
You be prepared?
Well, I'll give it a shot.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, I move to approve special use permit LU 2022-0498 based on the ability to make the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval in the staff report, including a condition number 14 that says that the parking density shall be 1.8.
The parking shall be 1.8 per unit.
Uh-huh.
Number of spaces will be 1.8 per
Yep.
per unit.
And that's acceptable to the developer.
Do we have a second? I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays?
Nay.
Okay.
Madam Chair, who seconded?
I did. Commissioner Perry.
Can we take 5 minutes?
Take a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
And, and so we'll reconvene at probably, let's make it 7:55. Thank you. evening, the Planning Commission. And the next item is item number 6B, LU-2022-0542 for possible action. Discussion and possible action regarding the application from CSAC Acquisition, Inc., applicant for a special use permit, SUP, for the marijuana cultivation facility on property zone general commercial, GI, located at 3535 Arrowhead Drive, assessor's parcel number APN 005-053-04. Heather.
Thank you, Heather Ferris, for the record. The subject parcel is 2.5 acres in size and is zoned general industrial. The request before you this evening is for a special use permit for a cannabis cultivation facility. Per Carson City Municipal Code, marijuana establishments are a conditional use in the general industrial zoning district, subject to meeting the development standards in Division 1.20. A special use permit for this cultivation facility was obtained in 2015 and began operations in 2016. However, now ownership is proposed to change for the facility, and per the development standards, a new special use permit is required when there's a change in owner or operator of a marijuana establishment. The applicant is not proposing any changes to the operations of the facility. The facility grows cannabis for distribution and to authorize dispensaries, retail stores, and production facilities. In Nevada, there are up to 18 employees on site at any one time. Security is in place, and the facility utilizes filtering and exhaust systems to mitigate any odors associated with the use. Staff is not aware of any ongoing issues related to the operations of this facility. However, there was a minor odor-related issue with the facility mid-year in 2022. The issue was immediately addressed and resolved by the facility's management. The Planning Commission is authorized to approve a special use permit upon making each of the required findings in the affirmative. Staff was able to make all 7 findings and is recommending approval subject to the conditions included in the staff report. Additionally, staff is recommending adding the condition that is up on the screen. As it was just determined that the facility is actually utilizing more water than they had originally paid connection fees for. They're still below the growth management threshold, however. So the condition, it would be condition number 13, would read, within 30 days of the approval of the special use permit, the applicant will submit calculations and pay the difference of the original water and sewer connection fee and the fee for the current water and sewer usage to the city engineer's satisfaction. Staff has not received any public comments related to this project. Clint Cates is here representing the project, and I'm available for questions, but first I'm going to pass it over to Lisa McIsaac with Development Engineering to discuss this additional condition.
Lisa McIsaac for the record. So this one came about because the special use permit triggered an investigation to make sure that they didn't have to go through growth management. During that investigation, we found that originally when they came, they paid the previous for the building, they paid a connection fee for a little bit over 1,000 gallons per day. And we took 5 years of usage and the average and found on average, they're actually using about 6,000, a little bit over 6,000 gallons per day. So we are asking them to pay the difference for the connection fee. And I'm here if you guys have any questions concerning the connection fee.
Mr. Borders?
You said they're using 6,000 gallons a day? They were?
Yes, it's an average
Yeah.
from 5 years, and that's what we found for their gallons
And
per day.
did you say that the new owner is going to use more than that?
No. So since the use isn't changing, we are doing the estimation purely on just making up that difference.
Okay.
Since
I misunderstood what you said then. Thank you.
For water, we have a good idea of how much they owe. For sewer, we are, that's partly why we're requiring them to provide calculations, since the nature of the business, we can't use traditional methods for sewer.
Yeah, again, drilling down a little bit more on this just so I can understand. The original connection fee was, do you know what that was? But it was based on 1,000 gallons, roughly 1,000 gallons a month, correct?
So,
Today?
yes, the original, they were estimated 1,167 gallons per day for water and 920 gallons per day for sewer.
Okay, so with that, being now we're 5 years out, how is that money gonna work? Is it just gonna go back and say the original fee was X amount of money, and now it's an additional fee? Or is there, because of the 5-year difference that we've had here, or the 5 year of ongoing over water usage, how does that calculate in?
So this connection fee is a one-time fee for the right to connect to our city mains that goes towards various things such as maintaining them. With that, we are just asking them to pay the current rates instead of going back to when the building was originally constructed.
Okay, thank you.
To clarify though, I mean, there's a meter on this building, so they've been paying for the water they've been consuming. We're just talking about the size of the original connection fee.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
What is the cost of the connection fee at the 6,000 per day?
So this is an estimate. We are asking them to submit calculations and the pay difference. Based on my calculations with the peaking factor, the water is estimated to be about 68,500. But again, we are requiring them to submit the calculations that is going to be stamped by a professional engineer to the city engineer satisfaction.
If I could, so I know there's a whole lot of code around marijuana growing facilities and so forth that are here, and the state has some too. So my question is, does the previous owner and the owner that wants to buy the facility have any code violations at this facility?
So,
I guess the new one can't, huh? So
the new one, the new one can't.
the
The only issue, and when we get requests like this, staff always reaches out to the sheriff's office, code enforcement, and the business license division to make sure that there's no issues. The only thing that came up was the one odor issue that I mentioned in my presentation. That came up mid-year last year, and that was resolved in very short order by management.
Okay, thank you.
This is more of a question for the applicant, just because I don't know, and this is, new ground and so forth. When a new owner comes in for cannabis, are they, for cultivation, okay, are they vetted through the Cannabis Coalition or the Cannabis Commission, kind of like they do with gaming, and change it over to the new person to make sure that that's someone that's already conducive in the industry?
For the record, Clint Cates, on behalf of the applicant, absolutely. This has actually been 2 years in the making. We just received approval from the Cannabis Compliance Board yesterday. This is a public company. We have 32 licenses in the state and operate 10 facilities. So everything will be status quo, but we have been well vetted, and we received official approval from the Cannabis Compliance Board on Tuesday.
I just know that in some cases, we had gaming licenses could not be conveyed to other properties and other ownership, so I wanted to confirm that. All the conditions, including the new water hookup?
We have read through all the conditions, and this one that's up on the board before you, we understand them all, and we will comply.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lloyd? No, okay. All right, any discussion among the commissioner? Oh, I'm sorry, how about public comment? Sorry. Okay, come on.
Richard Nagel. This is an industry that's soaked in blood. The only people that have been killed in Carson City have been killed over marijuana. Okay, there was a murder in the parks when we just came here. Okay, and now last night, 4 juveniles are now in custody. One of them is in critical condition because of the shootout. Okay, it was over. They found marijuana packets in the car. So it's pretty much over marijuana. Another shooting. Okay. We have to have a more concerted effort towards our youth in this city because we're abandoning them. This issue here is destroying our kids when they're 15 years old involved in a shootout. It's not right. We have not done education. We have not done any monitoring. We've had a warning several years ago when someone was murdered over marijuana, and we have not done our diligence for the youth of our Carson City. Okay? And the other thing is like they're blaming marijuana now for the mass shootings and the increase in it. And I have the research on that. And also, pregnant women are smoking it, so kids are getting THC in mother's milk. And so they're stoned from the day one. So again, I really don't think that we should have such a cavalier attitude towards marijuana. We need to really think it through. Okay, do we want this in the city? Is this our road to perdition? Okay, and are we driving it that way? We really need to think about this. We need to not endorse it as something that's not harmful. Okay? It's a money-making business. It's a cash economy. When you've got cash, you've got guns. And when you've got guns, people die. We need to look at this in a reality microcosm. Again, think of a kid in an ICU fighting for his life that was shot in the face. We really need to think about this and where we're going and what we really want to do. It's not a harmless product. Thank you.
Is there any other further public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board, to the commission. Questions? Okay, are you ready to take a motion? Would you like to do a motion, Ellen? No? Okay.
Madam Chairman, I'll move to approve LU 2022-0542 based on the findings and subject to conditions of approval contained in the staff report.
Second.
With the addition of.
Well, with the addition of item 13.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. As stated earlier.
Okay, all in favor?
Who seconded?
Kilgore?
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Kilgore.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Okay, next on the board is item 6C, LU-2022-0540 for possible action. Discussion and possible action regarding an application from NV Auto Body applicant for the special use permit, SUP, to allow for the expansion of an auto repair business that includes the installation of a new paint booth and outside storage that exceeds 20% of the overall site area on property zoned light industrial, LI, located at 2344 Conestoga, assessor's parcel number APN 008-81652, And again, Heather.
Thank you, Heather Manzo, for the record. So I'll try and be brief. I do have quite a few notes on this, but so this special use permit has two special use permit triggers. Auto body shops require a special use permit, and because there's a new building with a new paint booth, that was the first special use permit trigger, and the second has to do with outside storage. So in the limited industrial zone, you can have up to 20% of your site as outside storage. Once it exceeds that amount, it does trigger a special use permit. When we received the special use permit application upon a site visit, we noticed that more of the site was being utilized for outdoor storage than the code would allow by right. So the applicant did add that element into their special use permit request. So the site is located on Conestoga Drive on the north side. The properties to the east and the west of it are vacant at this time, and for the most part, the area is developed. So the applicant has been operating as an auto body shop and also currently holds a DMV dealer's license, which is intended to operate a U-Haul rental business. Based on the information that was provided by the applicant, the rental business was a very small component of their overall operations. However, based on the fact that the site is relatively small, they really wanted to focus on the auto body use itself, and so have noted in a letter to our office that they'll be condensing down the business to the auto body repair shop. And so this is the site plan. I highlighted the general area of the outside storage in yellow. That's on the north side of the property. Essentially, the new paint booth building will be within that space as well. The square footage of the outside storage itself is about 11,000 square feet. There are a couple of storage containers that the applicant would like to place permanently. That's allowed by code, but it's to the approval of the community development director, and there are some code requirements. The main one that this one doesn't conform with right now is that it needs to be painted in earth tone. So there's a condition to require the applicant to make that request and to conform with code so that that may be approved by the community development director. Where they're placed doesn't really impact their operations based on the site plan that they've provided. So the applicant's proposing 45% of the site approximately to be outside storage. And because their business is an auto body repair shop, their storage is primarily vehicles. So evaluating code, any areas where a vehicle travels or where they're going to be parked has to be paved. So that the portion that's in yellow really isn't paved at this point. And so it's recommended as a condition to have the applicant go ahead and pave that area where the vehicles are going to be stored. And that's just to bring an existing condition up to code, especially since a special use permit was triggered in this case. Another item that we wanted to make sure had been noted is the keep clear emergency access lane. Prior to kind of pursuing the paint booth, the applicant wasn't aware of the requirement to keep a fire lane clear. So previously there had been vehicles that were parked within that lane. I did visit the site last week and did note that the applicant has cleared some of the vehicles that are on the property, and that lane is now clear. So the only other item I wanted to discuss, and it was primarily because of kind of concerns related to a small business owner, are necessary improvements based on this request. So because pavement is going to be required to park and to have vehicles travel on the site, and because there's a drainage situation that's occurring today, it is noted in the staff report that one of the things that's going to be necessary in order to make all the findings for this project and also to meet code is to do some driveway apron improvements. So on that top one where it's looking at the site entry, there's some pooling and flooding occurring at the entry. This was during the storm event on December 27th. So this was right in the middle of the rainstorm. So this is probably, you know, what you'd see on a really bad storm day. But it does kind of, you know, point to the fact that the drainage is getting stuck on the site and not moving from the east to the west. So there in the staff report, it does discuss that an engineered driveway apron and an engineered drainage channel is going to need to be added to the site to help those flows move from east to west to leave the site. So With that, that's really a code requirement. It's not listed as a condition of approval because engineering would be looking for that with their building permit. So the applicant did file a request for right-of-way improvements, noting that the condition of Conestoga was in really poor shape. That was in early December, if I recall correctly. The information was provided to staff yesterday, and I confirmed the applicant wanted to share that information with you. So when we get to the point where she speaks, maybe she can speak to that. And that was included in the late materials that were distributed yesterday. So again, the applicant has cleared the emergency access lane and has removed stored materials since staff has started working with them on this request. And as proposed with the recommended conditions and improvements that are outlined in the engineering section of the staff report, staff was able to make all of the necessary findings for this request and is recommending approval. And the applicant's here to speak on their behalf. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Susan Maroc, owner. So I've wanted to upgrade my paint booth. I bought the business 3 years ago, and the paint booth is from 1985, so it needs to be changed. I didn't realize that it was going to trigger a special use and all of these other conditions. I can do some of the recommendations, but I really don't have the funds to pave the back at this point and do the building and do the paint booth. But I really need the paint booth to be upgraded, and the environment needs the paint booth to be upgraded because the new one that I've purchased is California compliant, and unfortunately it was a larger unit than what was built in 1985, and that's why I need to put it in a separate building. So I've opened this big can of worms, and now I just don't think that I can comply with the paving part of this. The other conditions, I think I can, although I did bring some more pictures from today, and I don't know that I can build a large enough apron from my driveway to the street to Conestoga, because Conestoga is falling apart, and I would have to probably pave to the middle of the street to get. I think my pictures are a little bit more graphic than what Heather had taken, but I'll do my best. And there's curbing to the east of my lot. The road is wider, and then where my lot starts, it gets narrow and is about 23 feet wide. I don't think that that's to code. And there's a lot of semi-traffic on that road because of redwood materials. So there's 24-hour semis, and it's just deteriorating more and more. So I'd like to do my part, but I live upstairs in the watchman's quarters. I don't have lots of funds, but I really want to upgrade this paint booth. So I'm hoping that we can work something out where I can do maybe over time or something.
Excuse me, when you're talking about doing the paving, so you can't do any of the paving for an impervious surface where it's yellow, nor the apron. So you're talking about neither one of those would be on the table. Is that what you're talking about?
I don't know what, I have an idea of what the cost of the paving in the yellow area is, and that is much above my budget, especially where the costs for the excavation, the concrete, and everything that I've gotten have way exceeded what I had hoped they would be for the building that I hope to get. I may be able to swing the apron. My concern about the drainage ditch is that there's a vacant property to the west of me, and they don't have a drainage ditch. So my drainage ditch would go and end, and it already pools there. And I'm worried that that's actually going to make it worse. And I did bring that up to Chris Gonzalez in Public Works yesterday. I have some pictures that I brought, some others if anyone needs them. I have some more. But yes.
I have a question for staff. What was the roadway width supposed to be for Conestoga? Because I've been out there too, and it seems kind of narrow. And at the same point, you're talking about semi trucks on there. I'm looking at where she has her gravel apron and the two concrete abutments on there. How wide should this have been, and where is the middle of the street?
Chris Gonzalez for the record. You know, the roadway is a lot narrower as it's an old roadway, and so it was most likely designed for lower impact. You can see on her property how there were, or near her property to the west, there were more recent additions done to the roadway, which widened it. So I can't say what the original width was supposed to be. But for the uses now, they're industrial uses. As she says, there's semi-trucks going through there.
But what we're requesting is that she exceeds her property line and goes more towards the middle of the road. Because I mean, if you look at the GIS, and look at the pictures of the building, it looks like that there is a setback of, gosh, probably 15 to 20 feet with the curbing, and then we have the moat, and then we have the road. So
Heather Manzo for the record.
We found the moat.
There we go. So the setback from property line to the building is 30 feet. So, and that's the standard setback for this zoning district. Where engineering, I'm going to try and point, and he can tell me that I'm wrong if I can get, there we go. So the driveway apron is essentially under the water here. It's that section that really is not designed to carry the flows from one end to the other of the property that needs to be reconstructed. So I think engineering can speak more specifically to that area that would need to be reconstructed, but we're not talking about the whole driveway. We're just talking about the driveway apron where the drainage channel needs to be added to carry those flows.
Are you just talking about an RCP?
No, the current standard detail would just show kind of a swell, right? So the driveway would go in like this and come up.
Okay.
And so you would convey the water across the driveway, and that's what our standard detail for a rural apron consists of.
Okay.
Alan?
So I have real concerns and questions with this picture. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do we have any history on something similar to this? Because I do understand her concern about making an investment in something that is questionable in terms of stability beyond that point. And I'm just curious, asking the city if we have any history where we've had other requests come to us that we have been able to work something out where they coordinate with Public Works on any updating of that roadway prior to the owner making an investment.
Uh-oh, you got the
It's
big guy.
time for City Engineer Randy Rice to take a seat.
All right. Well, I'm actually coming up here to ask for clarification. Randy Rice for the record, city engineer. I'm not sure if I understood your question completely, but it sounds like you're getting to, is there an option for us to allow some kind of delay in the improvements? Is kind of what you're alluding to?
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct, because the applicant has indicated she can't handle both.
Yeah, so I don't know if I have an answer to that question specifically. It's very hard. It would be very hard for us to track and enforce because once the permit is approved at this stage, we don't really have a mechanism for us to go back and say, well, you said you'd do this in 2 years, so what is it? Maybe we could do that with a development agreement or something along those lines. I'd have to give that some thought on how we would approach that and maybe work with staff and legal to understand what mechanism we would have in place to enforce that. So I'm sorry, I don't have a specific answer to that question. to the drainage improvements, this is organically how these improvements happen throughout the city. As those of you who've been on the planning commission for a long time know, that we would typically require half-street improvements across the entire frontage. We have not done that for that specific reason because the road is in poor shape. We don't expect it to be a reasonable justification for her to build, a half-street improvement in front of something that has a very poor quality, right? That doesn't make a lot of sense. It'd be a waste of funds, and it's not going to go a long way with the city. Same thing with the sidewalk. Typically, where there's no sidewalk in these areas, we would not require or enforce sidewalk to be installed because, again, there's a large cost to that and it would lead to nowhere. There are instances where, if sidewalk was coming to or from the property, we would require sidewalk, to match up to it. And that is consistent with our policies, how we've handled those in the past. So in this instance, all we are asking for is for those drainage improvements to occur. I do understand and empathize with the idea that, yes, we might have downstream problems from this location. And again, when the property develops further downstream, they would have the same requirements for their property. They would have to go through this process, do the drainage improvements. And again, that's how the city deals with these things organically. As development occurs, these things are addressed. Just like you saw in previous planning items and in previous meetings, these are the requirements we place on people. We try to be mindful of the development that's going in. And again, we've tried to limit as much of those as possible that makes sense for this scenario.
Thank you for the explanation.
Is that you indicated that you're talking about a swale. So basically, we're talking about a little concave little thing. But what I'm looking at here, and I've put in asphalt over the years, is that even if she was to go ahead and put in a nice pack of 4-inch asphalt, it's going to be eliminated because of the property on either side. There's water that's going to be flooding this all the way through. So I can understand her concern about there's an issue here on this street that not only affects her, it affects all the neighbors. So I think that's what my concern is. And Commissioner Perry, I'm going to let you go now.
So I can never resist when Randy comes up. Okay, so at the last meeting, you did the update on streets for the whole city, right? Do you know what Conestoga was classified as far as its condition?
I don't, but we can look that information up fairly quickly.
I almost feel like for these items that show up here, I don't mean to get off subject, I would really like to see what the condition of the road is before we approve certain things based on that study that was done, so we kind of have a feel for, what is the condition of this whole street right now? Can it handle this? Because I saw, as the applicant mentioned there, I didn't even realize Redwood had a facility there. I knew they were over off of that other street, but I didn't realize they were running semis up and down there. And I don't know, does Baselite run semis up and down there too? So I think it's one of those streets in industrial zoning that wasn't designed for it. And that's not your fault, right? Obviously, you're a business owner there, but is there anything in the plan right now for I don't want to say reconstructing or chip sealing or anything on this road right now?
Not that I'm aware of at this particular location.
Okay. It sure needs it, obviously, because it looks like an alligator.
Staff doesn't disagree. We just have to secure the funding, right? Of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Ellen?
Thanks.
Okay, no problem. No problem, Commissioner Cron. Oh, I'm
sorry. Again, newbie here trying to figure out what button to push at the right time. And this is for planning, just trying to sort through this a little bit. Most of my question is to planning. Doesn't planning have some items that are reoccurring that always come back to the planning commission? I'm thinking of like billboards or other kind of things. Could, again, just trying to work our way through this, is there any way you could put into a special use permit or into a something to reoccur and bring it back at a later time to see how well she's doing, how well she's trying to meet these standards? So, let's say, just hypothetically, let's say in 2 years, she accepts all of the conditions, okay, that's just hypothetical here. If she accepts all the conditions, We'll give her a couple, 2, 3 years to implement this and give her, then come back in 3 years. Again, I'm picking dates here, to come back and see how she's doing and being able to let her kind of progress and accomplish what she needs to do, but yet maybe not quite. I'm not trying to alleviate the financial burden or the requirements. I'm just saying, is there a way we can buy a way? And I don't know, this could be a bad precedent to be setting too. So I want to be careful with that too. But I can empathize where she's at, a small business person, and asphalt is not cheap, a brand new building. I mean, she really wants to improve her facility. She wants to be able to, provide jobs. She wants to be able to invest in this community. I just was wondering if there's some way from a planning commission standpoint that we could give her that option and come back in 3 years to renew the special use permit. So anyway, that's my thought.
Commissioner Lloyd?
So I just looked up the pavement condition map for April 2022, and it's serious. Is what it's classified as. Not failed, though.
It's because of the moat. I empathize with the problem with the street because I think it's a city problem. And we have talked about, the city finding ways to step up to the mark. And this is obviously one place where they've failed. But the other part of this is the storage area in the back. Is asphalt sufficient to keep petroleum projects from percolating? Does that meet the requirement, or does she have to concrete that area?
Kristen's also for the record, the requirement is just for a hard surface. It could be asphalt, concrete. At this time, I'm not ready I can't answer whether it'll penetrate.
Okay, but asphalt would be acceptable.
Yes.
Okay, with some sort of a base. I think from our applicant's standpoint, I think that's a more critical issue to me than whether or not the water puddles in the front of her driveway. And, because I think the water puddles in front of her driveway from something she didn't do. She has a business has automobiles which need body damage, which were presumably injured in some way or crashed in some way, and there's a real possibility for fluids leaking, and I understand why that needs to be impervious surface. And to me, that would be more important to me than any requirement that I would lay on the applicant for a bar ditch or a swale or something to move water with. So I think we got the emphasis on the wrong syllable. So that's it.
Now, the question is would it be a possibility if we were able to go ahead and set the front apron back, would you still be able to put the impervious surface in the back?
At some point in time, possibly. At this point, I could maybe say that I would not park in the back and only park in the front vehicles. I only have 2 employees and my boyfriend, so there's only 4 people at my shop. So we're not a big shop. I already got rid of my dealer's license and my U-Haul. I've already gone to the DMV, so that whole part of my business is gone. So now I only have the car repairs. So it'll be a lot smaller scale. So I do have quite a few parking spaces on my already paved area, and I may be able to use that as opposed to the back until I'm just so afraid of how much this construction is going to cost and that I won't be able to do everything.
I think one of the things is I used to own a body shop,
You did?
Yeah, and you're very lucky in the fact that they don't want concrete, that they don't want oil separators, that they don't want a lot of other things. I mean,
Okay.
so I have to look at this too.
Okay.
Because these are things that with the body shop, you do have vehicles and so forth that have been wrecked, that have problem. You'll make a deal with somebody like Allstate and they'll throw your stuff on the property and not pick it up until they finally come out and send it in an adjuster. So I'm with the feeling that the impervious surface needs to be done in the back of the property, definitely in order to mitigate the use.
Okay.
And so, I don't know, that's my thought. Nathan?
So, I mean, I'm gonna go on a limb and assume that since you've only been there a few years, you've never seen water like this. And in which case, looking at the west-east views, I mean, and I heard it's supposed to move from east to west, of course. I don't see how putting an apron there is going to solve this flooding issue. Aside from that, I know the city's just flush with cash right now and could just totally just get in there and just fix this street if they, just get it out. That's the other thing that raised real concern for me was in one of the pictures you sent in on the late material, it shows the street popping out over the water access here, which shows that I think the street needs to be about 3 feet wider, if I'm assuming this correctly. Nah, that's
Not necessarily. What you may be looking at is a concrete apron that goes around the valve can that
Okay.
acts as a water
Oh,
valve.
okay, I
So
do see
yeah,
that.
so that
Okay.
might be concrete, not necessarily asphalt concrete.
Right, that makes sense. Okay, and in which case, the width of the street would not go that far. Okay, that was my question. So thank you for clearing that up. Thanks for all your hard work, man. Keeping those tax dollars in good use.
Yeah.
If I may, Vice Chair Preston, I want to just note that the frontage improvements are not something that's a condition of approval, so it's not anything that the Planning Commission is reviewing for approval. The conditions of approval do speak to the pavement in the back, since that is an operational requirement. So I just wanted to mention that for the commission. Thank you.
Question for you. When is your paint booth supposed to be, in your building supposed to be done?
Everything is taking longer. Finding people to do the work is taking longer. So I would assume that this will all take about a year to complete.
Because asphalt plants aren't open right now. But the question is between here and now, would you feel confident that you may be able to pull money from a cookie jar in order to build your building, maybe not make it as large as you have, because the paint booth itself is a larger paint booth, but does it necessarily need to be in this large of a building with this footprint? And could you use some of that for asphalt?
I've already purchased the building, or financed purchased the building. So it's already been built. Unfortunately, I didn't look through this. I didn't plan ahead. I guess I need to get some bids. I don't even know how to get a hold of contractors to get bids for things like this. So I'm just assuming that it's an astronomical amount of money because the concrete, not even the concrete, just the excavating for the building, they told me was $85,000. And that's not with concrete. And I can't find any contractors to do small work like this. So I'm just assuming it's going to be $100,000. I have no idea.
Heather, if recommendation number 8 were written such that it says the applicant shall not use any outside storage parking on impervious surfaces or whatever. In other words, if she's going to park things outside, they have to be on concrete or asphalt. Would that be acceptable?
So we can add a clarification sentence to number 8 that specifies that vehicles shall not be parked on unpaved surfaces, if that's what you were alluding to.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yes.
And if we do that, then we solve the problem of having to asphalt that whole area.
The-
It doesn't relieve her of the fact that, you know, wink, wink, she can go park back there, but as her business grows, then she should be able to start being able to do that.
The main key area that needs to be paved, and I think most of it is the emergency access lane. So as long as fire can approve whatever, site improvements are necessary to serve them, and that lane remains clear, then yes, there's an existing condition out there, and if we add a clarifying sentence to, state that that vehicles won't be parked on unpaved surfaces, then that would
Well,
suffice.
I think I could support this permit with that kind of language in it, and frankly, I don't care about the street. I'm sorry, I don't.
The emergency access lane that's depicted on the plan here, so is it impervious up to the yellow line?
So I had Casey Drews from the fire department come out, and this plan actually was drawn by my builder before I had to let him go. Casey Drews said it was only up to where I do have asphalt, which is up to the yellow line. The contractor drew that, and I guess I should have corrected it, but I believe that Casey Drew was just driving up to where my gravel starts. But if there was some stipulation that I can clarify that with him. If I need to draw it back further into the gravel, I could do that.
Madam Chair, if I may, I read condition 8 and it's a performance standard. It's not prescriptive. I think looking at the site plan on display is a little misleading. And I think Commissioner Borders was sort of talking along the lines of what condition 8 says. What condition 8 says is that the applicant will have plans approved, so those plans don't exist yet, which include paving of the outside area access road. So we're having the conversation right now, we're not even really sure where that access road goes. And the vehicle parking and storage areas. Well, we don't know for sure what the vehicle parking and storage areas are. The applicant just indicated she has 4 employees. Maybe she'll have 3 employees in a year. We don't know exactly where that parking is. We don't know how busy she'll be. So as Commissioner Borders sort of suggested, if you can only afford to pave a certain portion, that's going to be the limiting factor in your business, because wherever you're storing or parking cars, it has to be paved. If it's not paved, you can't store cars there, you can't park cars there. But I think I appreciate Commissioner Cron's suggestion of looking at an opportunity to come back in a year or 2 years, but I just feel like that condition was very focused on somebody's personal situation, not the characteristics of the land. And I think we have to look at the characteristics of the land and be prepared to replicate this decision should you get it the same set of facts. So I really feel like condition 8 as a performance standard is really something that just articulates the expectation for the customer or for the applicant, and then the applicant can work with staff to satisfy that, and if it's not necessarily this yellow area.
Okay. Does that also mean that if I'm an employee, I don't have to park my car on a impervious surface?
No, every parked car needs to be on an
Alright.
impervious surface.
Okay, all right. Do you understand what she said?
I do understand what she said.
Is that
And
okay with you?
It is, and I hope to be able to pave it, and maybe I can pave half of it. I will definitely try to get some quotes.
Okay.
Can I add something just real quick? Just as part of the site improvement, I just wanted the applicant to be aware that you will need to pave up to the painting booth though as well. Okay.
Yep. Okay. All right. No, I've got Commissioner Lloyd.
Commissioner Lloyd, for the record, I have a question for the applicant. For the storage units or shipping containers to be on the property, what do you plan to store in those?
Car parts.
I don't know with the code, but do those containers have to be on top of an asphalt or concrete, or can they be on the ground?
I'll jump in real quick for Commissioner Lloyd. Those are actually already in place, so I wouldn't want to ask the applicant to pull them and move them to see what's under there. Essentially, they'll need to paint them the earth tone and request approval to have them permanently placed.
Okay, thank you.
So, question for the applicant. I'm assuming that this new paint booth, because it's not the first time we've had a paint booth come through and it triggers one of these, has a better fume scrubbing system than the old one, right? That's one of the big advantages to this.
That is true. I am big on the environment, and this is, I believe, 98%. It's California compliant. It's beautiful.
So that, I mean, that's an improvement in air quality for us. So,
Huge.
you know, and at this point, you know, I'll say I don't have a problem with approving this the way it sits right now without changing anything, and let them work with city staff and do what you can do. Is that what you want?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Lloyd, for the record, are you keeping this is for a question for the applicant, are you keeping the other booth as well, or?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I will happily get rid of it as soon as I get this new one.
Okay, and need to do public comment. Any public comment regarding this? Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the commission. Any discussion? Okay,
Ready for a motion?
go for it.
I move to approve the special use permit LU 2022-540 based on the ability to make the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report.
Thanks, Commissioner Lloyd, and I'll second.
All approved?
Aye.
Any nays? Nope. Seeing none, motion passes. Okay, you guys ready? Okay. Okay. Okay, next is 6D LU 2022-0541 for possible action. Discussion and possible action regarding an application from David Flaherty, applicant for a special use permit for the expansion of a non-conforming personal storage facility adjacent to the properties and continuation of existing nonconformities on a property zone general commercial located on the northeast side of the intersection of Sage Street and Lone Mountain Drive. Assessors parcel numbers APNs 002-071-06 through 09.
Thank you. Heather Manzo, again for the record. Okay, so this one is an existing storage facility on the two westernmost parcels. What the applicant is requesting is to establish personal storage on the two eastern parcels. One of them used to be a childcare facility, and I think the other one is a residence. So those would be demolished, and the personal storage facility would be expanded eastward. So in speaking with the applicant, the standard that requires a 20-foot wide landscape buffer for personal storage facilities when it's abutting or adjacent to a residential use, and then a wall posed concerns for the applicant, noting that it would be an attractive nuisance and potentially pose security concerns for them. So in looking at the site, the existing buildings are built at 0 lot line, and so the applicant is requesting to kind of continue that character to not provide that 20-foot wide landscape buffer along that northern portion of the property. So staff is recommending that the Planning Commission approve that request to extend that non-conforming situation to the new site. In terms of other standards, the applicant is meeting all of the other standards. They're going to include sidewalks and landscaping along the frontages of the expansion portion. And access is being provided throughout the site. The existing site does not have limited access, and so there's no limited hours of operation on that. But the new site will conform to that. It's gated, and they will have limited access based on what the code allowances are for the site. So staff is recommending approval of this request. We did receive one public comment via email in support of this request. I do believe that went out as late material yesterday. And that concludes my presentation. The applicant's here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Flaherty, is there anything that you would like to add?
Yes, I'd just say that if you're familiar with this street, we bought a 50-year-old business, a 60-year-old house, and a 40-year-old former school that a friend of mine, a broker up here, actually went to school at. And I think what Heather Manzo and the team have done with here in planning is helped me really make this a much nicer site. And I just went with the nonconformity of the whole block because really nobody on that block is conformed. And so I didn't even know there were 3 other storage facilities right abating me. They don't even have signage, one of them. So we think it's going to be a big improvement, and I'm excited to work with you guys to really kind of clean up the whole block.
Are the daycare and the other home, are they vacant? They looked vacant. I just couldn't.
Excuse me. I've given the gentleman who lived there for 60 years plenty of time to move out. He had quite a bit of stuff there after 60 years. And we have a really good relationship. And then the daycare has been vacant. I don't know how long, to be honest. I visited the site tonight and walked around it with my new manager. And, you know, the neighborhood, as you know, it's in need of some work. And so we're looking to provide, I think, something that's going to be very attractive to that area and really help kind of clean it up. And then Heather's worked with me. I'm doing utility easement issues right now. I'm doing a lot line adjustment. I'm gonna bring all 4 lots together for you, 1 APM, 1 address. I'm also doing a traffic study for you on the corner of Sage and Lone Mountain so that we know what's the traffic count there and really what we're dealing with, because I really can't say. And so I'm complying with all the issues that Heather outlined, but we'll probably even go further than that and making some, you know, additional investments to make it look really nice. My manager had a lot of thoughts today. He's a terrific guy. He lives here in Carson. We're lucky to have him. So he's a long-term veteran of the Navy.
Any questions? Yeah. Oh, do you accept all the conditions?
Sorry, I accept all the conditions.
Okay, great. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the commissioners.
Madam Chairman, I move to approve special use permit LU 2022-0541 based on the ability to make the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report.
Second.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Heather.
Okay. Okay. 6E, MPA
Can we take, excuse
2023.
me, can we take E and F together?
Six E, MPA -2023-0007 for possible action, discussion, and possible action regarding a request from Carson City applicant for the adoption of a resolution approving a master plan amendment and recommending approval of the amendment to the Board of Supervisors Board to change the master plan designation from mixed-use commercial, MUC, and medium-density residential MDR to MUC for all three parcels located on the south of Fairview Drive, north of Colorado Street, east of Solomon. Assessors parcel numbers APN 010-06176, 010-06184, and 010-06187. And for possible action discussion regarding amendments, and this is for 6FZA -20230008 for possible action, discussion, and possible action regarding recommendation to the Board of Supervisors Board concerning a request from Carson City applicant for proposed ordinance amending the zoning map to change zoning from limited industrial, LI, single family 1 acre, SF 1A, and single family 6,000, SF 6, to general commercial, GC, for three parcels located south of Fairview Drive, north of Colorado Street, and east of Solomon Road. Assessors parcel number APN 010-061-76, 010-06184, and 010-061-87. Is that it?
That's a lot of zeros.
That's a lot of zeros.
Thank you, Heather Ferris, for the record. At its meeting of January 20th, 2022, the Board of Supervisors accepted the 2021 Master Plan Report from the Planning Commission and identified the subject parcels as appropriate for consideration for mapping corrections. So this was before the Planning Commission in a slightly different form for consideration of 3 separate master plan amendments and 3 separate zoning map amendments at the December 20th, 2022 meeting. The Planning Commission continued all 3 items to the January 25th meeting. The request before you this evening includes a master plan amendment resulting in mixed-use commercial for all 3 parcels and a zoning map amendment to general commercial for each of the 3 parcels. Since the recommendations have changed from those advertised for the December 20th meeting, notices were sent to surrounding property owners in advance of this meeting. If the Planning Commission's recommendation is for something less intensive than what was advertised, there would be no need for any additional noticing. The westernmost parcel is currently vacant. The middle parcel has a combination of personal storage and office and warehousing uses, and the easternmost parcel is developed as a manufactured home park. As a reminder, the previous recommendation was for the westernmost parcel to be designated medium-density residential with a single-family 6,000 zoning designation. The middle parcel would have been designated mixed-use commercial with limited industrial zoning, and the manufactured home park would have been designated mixed-use commercial with a general commercial zoning district. During the discussions at the last Planning Commission meeting, the commissioners indicated that you wanted to look at all 3 parcels more holistically. So instead of each parcel being evaluated individually. So based on those discussions, the request was consolidated and modified. So as you can see from this slide, the western 2 parcels have split master plan designations, and the easternmost parcel has a designation of medium density residential. All 3 parcels have split zoning designations of limited industrial and single family 1 acre and limited industrial and single family 6,000. The master plan and zoning for these parcels are not consistent with one another. Additionally, the uses of the easternmost parcel are not consistent with the existing zoning and master plan. So when considering these existing uses and the existing inconsistencies in the master plan and the zoning designations, the recommended master plan of mixed-use commercial and the zoning of general commercial seemed to make the most sense. That being said, the Planning Commission can recommend something less intensive, including making no changes, which would not require additional noticing, as I indicated earlier. There are 4 findings of fact that the Planning Commission and the board must make in the affirmative in order to approve a master plan amendment, and 3 findings of fact that must be made in the affirmative in order to approve a zoning map amendment. A detailed analysis of those findings are included in your staff report, and I'm happy to go over any of those findings if you'd like. We have received some public comment on these items, and those are all included in your late material. So with that, I'm available for questions.
Madam Chair, may I just underscore what Heather said for the benefit of the audience? This was noticed as going was it commercial, Heather?
Yeah, mixed-use commercial,
Mixed-use commercial and general commercial.
yes.
The reason it was noticed that way was to give this commission flexibility. If you choose to go residential, you lawfully can do that without us having to call for another hearing. So I want to be really clear on that point, and that's what Heather just explained to the commission in case the audience didn't understand that. So the way this has been noticed gives the commission the opportunity to either go in the direction of commercial or residential at this meeting. And I just wanted to underscore that for everybody. Thank you.
Heather, could you go back to the other slide? No, one more. Yeah. As I recall, when we looked at this before, one of our discussions was the fact that most of these 3 lots is actually some sort of a residential lot. And the storage facility is kind of in the middle. And by making them all, which was one of the suggestions I think I came up with last time, making them all single-family 6,000, all 3 parcels, would make the center section a non-conforming use.
That is correct.
And I understand that didn't go very well with the Board of Supervisors. Or,
Non-conforming uses
Yeah.
in general.
yeah,
They haven't seen this in particular, but
Okay.
non-conforming uses in general is not something that they want to see
Okay.
created.
well, however, it's still, with the surrounding area, to me, it still makes sense that the whole thing should be a single-family 6,000. Don't clap.
Not clap on this thing, so.
All right, so but we could do that. We could make that recommendation. Is that true?
Yes, you
The
could.
way
The way it's been advertised.
the way it's been advertised, we could do that. Okay, thank you. Give me the argument for going the other way, what you're recommending.
For general commercial?
Yes,
So I'll start on the eastern side. The manufactured home park. Currently, it has, as I said, limited industrial and single-family 6,000 zoning, and it has a medium-density residential master plan. The manufactured home park is not actually an allowed use in limited industrial or in single-family 6,000. And the limited industrial zoning is not consistent with the medium-density residential master plan. So there's all sorts of inconsistencies going on with that parcel. General commercial zoning allows for residential uses, including a manufactured home park, subject to a special use permit. This manufactured home park already has a special use permit. So that if they were to make any modifications, they would still be required to come in for an amendment to the special use permit. So really nothing would be changing with regard to that, but they would come into conformance. The center parcel is office space, warehousing, personal storage, and I just found out yesterday from the property owner in a phone call that there's apparently also some manufacturing that takes place in some of those units as well. So the most consistent, before I knew about the manufacturing that was taking place, was general commercial. That would create conformity with the majority of the uses on that parcel. Even with the manufacturing in place, and I think he indicated in his comments earlier, he would still have the ability to continue to utilize those current units for manufacturing as long as he maintained that use in those units as a non-conforming use. The vacant parcel on the corner, it's vacant. It makes sense if the other two are going to general commercial and mixed-use commercial to also include that. You can, again, have a residential use there, or you could have a number of different commercial uses at that location. So generally speaking, it creates conformity.
So, right now, with the existing zoning that we're looking at right there, which ones of those parcels or parcels are non-conforming right now? The limited industrial where the mobile home park is must be one of them, right?
Yes, so the mobile home park is non-conforming
All the way through,
all the way through.
okay?
The center parcel where the personal storage is non-conforming, so that southern, essentially half of that parcel is zoned single-family 1 acre. That's
And-
not an allowed, that's, personal storage is not an allowed use in the single-family 1 acre zone.
So what planning commission in the past made this mess that we're trying to clean up now? And then the one to the far left, to the west,
So that's-
that one is
That's
conforming.
currently vacant, so we don't have an issue with a non-conforming use, but there is non-conformity in the master plan and zoning. So the master plan for the bottom portion that's zoned single-family 1 acre is medium-density residential. And that medium-density residential does not allow for single-family 1 acre zoning. So there's incompatibility there as well.
Okay, yep. Thanks.
And I'm going to be on the other side on this because I see the parcel to the right, to the far east, is actually right now commercial and retail commercial, correct? Current zoning.
The parcel along
To the east, to the freeway.
Highway 50 is limited industrial.
To the far,
And then
the east.
it's zoned limited industrial. And then the master plan is mixed-use commercial and community regional commercial.
Okay.
So if we do what Chuck said and just zone all this residential, then we still have not, the centerpiece is non-conforming, right?
Correct.
And is the manufactured home park non-conforming also?
It would remain non-conforming if you go with single-family 6,000.
And that's why you came to this conclusion here, that you're recommending these changes in the master plan and zoning, because this would bring it all into conforming.
Yes, and it would bring the centerpiece as close as to conforming as I could get without making it limited industrial.
The other question that I have too is that the mobile home park is actually under one ownership, has individual lots, which the mobile homes are owned, but the ownership under the land is one ownership, correct?
Yes, so they're individual spaces, they're not lots. And yes, they do rent the spaces, but they own their homes.
typically, right now, we don't have any real areas where we do mobile home parks anymore that are zoned specifically for that.
We have the mobile home park zoning. Off the top of my head, I don't know that we have any vacant parcels with that specific zoning on it.
Is there a zoning district for mobile homes that is specific to that?
So there's mobile home park zoning,
Yeah.
which is only compatible with high-density residential master plan designation, and also requires a special use permit in order to create a mobile home park. Additionally, retail commercial and general commercial zonings allow for mobile home parks subject to a special use permit. So
that's what brought
that's
you
the
back to this.
that's the extent.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
Commissioner Lloyd?
Commissioner Lloyd, for the record. Heather, I think it was when we saw the billboard off of 50, and that was a similar situation where you had land with one owner and then manufactured homes. What was that? What is that zoned as?
If memory serves, I think that's general commercial.
And would that also be the area down by, oh gosh, what is it? Off of Kuntz, behind the Nissan dealership that runs along Route? Or
Yeah,
serves
I
the-
know which parcel you're talking about. I'm guessing that it would probably be one of the commercial zonings. I'm not sure if it probably general commercial, but I'm not positive.
In regards to the center parcel, he would still be able to have his light industrial office, the, the storage units with the special use permit, because obviously they had to do something in order to change the zoning on that. And he would be able to do the manufacturing with the commercial use.
So for that parcel, the general commercial zoning allows for the office, it allows for the warehousing, it allows for personal storage, all as a primary permitted use, so no special use permits required there. The issue is, and I wasn't aware of this until yesterday, the owner has indicated that they have manufacturing in some of those units. And that would be a non-conforming use in the general commercial zoning district. So it would limit him to either continuing those non-conforming uses and not letting them lapse for a year or more, or to only utilizing the space for the general commercial allowable uses.
Is there currently a conditional use permit for this mobile home park?
Yes, there is.
Okay, so that already exists.
That already exists.
So if we did what you have recommended here, then nothing can change in there. It's all a mobile home park. Nobody can open up a shop or of various things that are allowed in other types of general commercial. I think that's a concern I read in some of
So
these comments.
at some point in the future, there is a possibility that the property owner or a future property owner could want to redevelop that. I don't necessarily see that happening, but I think that's the concern. We don't have a project. We don't anticipate a project. This is really just about trying to get everything to come into conformance.
Well, if that was true, and if that did in fact happen, it wouldn't make any difference what the zoning was. If the property owner decided to redevelop
Correct.
the property.
Correct.
That's going to affect all the people that live out there, but it's not necessarily going to affect the zoning.
That's
And
correct.
the master plan. So I think that's a, yeah.
Yeah, right now, I mean, half of the mobile home park is zoned light industrial, which would allow for,
A variety of commercial
yeah,
and industrial uses. Yeah.
concrete batch plant or something, so that needs fixing. All right, understand now where you came from.
Comment? Okay, please sign in. Okay, thank you.
There he is. There's the green. There, Frank Bell for the record. I'm representing a lot of the residents that are behind me at this given time. They did not lead me to this, but my main concern is going to be the traffic in that area if it does change to commercial. There is a four-way stop sign at that corner of Fairview, excuse me, Colorado and Solomon. Pardon me? Sorry, I was trying to look around. No. So there's a four-way stop sign there. Currently, 3 times a day, that traffic is backed up almost to Fairview. Adding more industrial, if you have a typical 9 to 5 or 8 to 5 business, and they relieve their employees at that given time, there's no way that anybody's going to be getting in and out of that area. Even if you had an egress of right only, it's still not going to happen. And that's a problem. You have a lot of individuals coming home from work. You'll have a lot of school traffic at that given time, parents picking up their children and dropping off their children, so on and so forth. That corner alone has so many misses of accidents and pedestrian versus vehicles daily. From that also, you have a lot of traffic noise. You have a lot of idle cars that sit during that traffic period. Emissions are all over the place. Yes, there could be a traffic study, but is there going to be an emission studies as well to actually handle that type of traffic? So that is my main concern. Again, you're going to hear a lot of people behind me discuss, we don't want this in our neighborhoods, why are we changing this, and so on and so forth. But a big concern really is that traffic area. What happens during high traffic areas is people go down Jody, cut through Jody, whether if it's residential delivery, residents, or anything else of that nature, they cut through Jody, and there's a lot of kids in that neighborhood. I can't even get out of my driveway certain times of the day. I just can't. I can't do it. And it's very, very upsetting because people are flying down these streets because they're impatient. So can we control human behavior? Probably not. But we can control that corner, and we can limit what we're going to build in that vacant lot that's adjacent to Solomon. Thank you for your time.
The comment? Okay, yeah, just line up, it's good. So,
Hello. First, I just want to thank you for volunteering your time. I do know that it is difficult decisions that you have to make on every time that you're meeting. So I do appreciate that. My name is Kimberly Adams, and I live directly across from that corner vacant lot. That corner has residences on the other 3 sides. There is a school bus stop directly across from my kitchen window. And I'm going to try not to get emotional, but ever since this has been proposed to turn to general commercial, those kids that I see every morning, and if I'm home during the day, get off that bus stop to go home, that's a concern. Because if you increase that traffic and make that general commercial, and God forbid a bar be put there, which if it's general commercial, a tavern could be built there, what kind of traffic is going to be coming in that intersection where little kids are walking to Seeliger, where middle school kids are getting on the bus, where high school children are getting on the bus? That mobile home park is occupied by senior citizens. Only seniors can occupy that park. They walk their dogs down Colorado all year long. People do their exercising all year long. They walk their dogs all year long because they can go down Colorado and get onto that path and go all the way to the river if they want, if they're ambitious. This is a residential community. It's the Seeliger district. It's the most sought after area for families because they want their children going to Seeliger. They want their children going to Eagle Valley and then Carson High School. The other concerns that I have are not just the safety, but it's stated that this won't have a detrimental impact on our properties. If I'm looking out at a tavern out of my kitchen window, I feel that that's going to hurt the value of my property or the desirability of my property. So I'm urging you to leave it as is. It's not hurting anything. I understand being able to clean things up, but maybe the solution is the storage unit park, get him up to line with a special use permit, and then they're good. But leave that corner parcel single family. Change it to single family 6,000 so that it can be developed. That's what I'm urging you to do. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, and thank you. And I just want to say I've been a Carson City resident for over 40 years, and within those 40 years, I have either lived on Colorado Street or within a mile of it, and I currently live off of Colorado Street. And I'm also a retired deputy sheriff from Carson City Sheriff's Department, and I want to tell you that if that parcel changes at Colorado and Solomon, it will be an extreme detriment to all the residents around. From the residents that back up to Solomon Street, Jody, Colorado Street, Eastwood, Pine Brook, Harvest, Blossom View, all the further streets east. As it was mentioned, there's a school bus stop there. And we would just ask that you leave it single family resident. So thank you.
Sir, could you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Jared Adams. I did. I am on the sign-in sheet. Okay, thank you.
I will. I didn't want to reach across. Welcome. Hi, my name's Jason Tingle for the record. I have been living over there on Eastwood for 11 years. It's the fourth house in. I can see that lot from my driveway. I could throw a rock and hit it. I've got 4 kids that are still going through the school system. That bus stop is sitting right there. So something you stated earlier, I love facts, so I looked that up, and there were 19 commercial lots that I drove through that saw either vacancies just in Maine Carson, all the way from that end through that were the old dealership, all those places. There's plenty of retail. We have plenty of commercial that we can put businesses at. When you look out there, that traffic, what the first gentleman said, it's horrendous as it is because the freeway used to dump off there, showed everybody that you can cruise through there. It's already horrendous. It would never hold up. Not to mention all the kids. Seeliger is our only 5-star school right now in this area. There's a reason for it. It's a nice neighborhood. It's quiet. Putting anything, and say they did decide to change their mind and put anything retail there, would create, it's the amount of traffic. All you have to do is go sit over there. If you guys, it's true what you say, that you spend your time, your gas and everything, just go sit over there at those peak hours for those kids. Look at what I'm saying and see, there's so many kids there. Why would we increase the traffic there? And yes, it's gonna affect us. If you were living there, how would you feel, right? It's a fair question. I'm not trying to put you down. It's, when you look at, I know you got a tough job and I get it. This is not an easy decision. I don't envy it at all, but sorry, I'm getting upset. But I can tell you just by being there for 11 years, it's pretty peaceful now because it is residential. We all sought that area for a reason. But when you can drive through and see 19 vacancies with lots open on Main Street, Carson City, what do we need more commercial for? Now, if there's a clause that it can be made to conform to that general commercial, but clauses that says you can't put stuff up there to conform. That's retail shops, a bar, dispensaries, whatever the case may be. I'm pretty sure you wouldn't want that out inside of your front of your house right there with your kids where your kids go to school. We've all seen those pictures in big cities. You know, couple things to look at too. No, I'm going to leave that out. I just want you guys, if you say you're going to actually do that and you go over and look at, just go look at the lot. It sticks out like a sore thumb to put anything retail there. It's a no-brainer. You just look and go, yeah, this is an eyesore to put shops right here and right next to the residential. We already have a bus stop problem, so just go over there, take a look, and you'll see what I'm saying. Thank you.
Hi, Lisa Partee. Whether the wishes of someone to build a gas station or, as they say, bar on Fairview or any business other than the strip mall currently there is heavy traffic both on Colorado and Fairview. Fairview of which is the main lane arterial to the northbound freeway on-ramp. So, and there's enough problems with the drivers entering the liquor store on the corner off of Colorado or Solomon. Yeah. So is it possible maybe you could grandfather in the mobile home park and the storage unit or whatever, but this is mainly a single family neighborhood and we don't want industrial business in there plopped in the middle of it. There's lots of vacant lots around there that if somebody wants to be industrial, there's right next to Snap-on Tools, for instance, a big empty lot there. But we don't want to deal with the cars driving to lots of businesses while the kids are going back and forth to school, and the traffic is just horrendous. And it's our family neighborhood, and we'd like to keep it that way. Thank you. Oh, and thank you for the information on the growth management report as well. Good job. You educated me today. Thank you.
Colleen Schiller. I live on Colorado also. And I've got to say that the noise level is atrocious. Since I moved in, they put that center divider down Fairview, and everybody found the Colorado bypass. And then they finally had to take the center hump out of Fairview, and people haven't forgotten the Colorado bypass. So we talk about road conditions. I'm going to call on Randy to tell us about Colorado and Solomon, because that intersection is horrible. I have almost been hit with my dog in the crosswalk. Her hips collapsed and I was trying to get her up off the sidewalk and a kid slid around the corner and almost took my dog and I out. So people just don't stop there. They don't care. They roll through, they look, and I've seen some really close misses there. Also, Heather mentioned that a mobile home zone would allow for high-density residential. And I'm thinking the mobile home is on 18.71 acres, and high-density residential can be up to 18 to 36 dwelling units per acre. So couldn't he be rezoned as a mobile home park quite simply using that? And the other two parcels, I am completely against the rezoning of those. We don't need more commercial. That corner needs to be left as it is. We don't need the traffic. We don't have a place to park the cars. We don't need more noise. Our kids walk to and from school, and I used to see whole families on Colorado. And now the walking and pedestrian, the bike lane there is right next to the traffic, and people are afraid to drive their bike next to the cars. And I don't blame them. So anyway, I thank you, and that's all I have to say.
Good evening again. This is Joy Trushinsky. I agree with those who have spoken before. I too oppose the rezoning of any residential area in Carson City. We do not need commercial property next to residential homes. Bars and marijuana shops, whatever, should not be next to residential areas where children play. We need to keep residential areas peaceful, and as the other gentleman said, as the gentleman said before me, there is plenty of commercial property vacant in Carson City that can be used. So please do not rezone. Keep everything as is. Thank you very much.
I'm Joseph Zick, Carson City resident, and I do live right across the street from that lot. I live on Pine Brook in Colorado, the corner house there, and we do look at it, and they are correct. The traffic in there is terrible. I don't think there's pretty much anything you can do about that, but I do believe that putting in commercial there would really be detrimental to the traffic and the kids and the bus stop. But more so than that, I think the not knowing what business they're going to put in there. So if they zone it for commercial and, like they said, if they put a bar or something like that or anything of that nature, really, again, I'm not going to want to look at that every day. I don't think it's fair that we do that. I think we bought in a neighborhood that is a neighborhood, and I don't think that that's fair. But I also don't think it's very safe. I really do hope you guys keep it zoned for the residential, and if somebody wants to develop it that way. And like they've all said, there's plenty of lots up and down Fairview with better access for commercial off of Fairview than driving up Solomon to get to that lot. So I do hope you guys keep it the residential that it is. And thanks for the time. Thank you.
There we go. I'm Rhonda Price. I live on Eastwood, which we run right straight down to that lot on the corner. And I've been there for 23 years, and we've seen a lot of traffic. We actually back up to Solomon, so we have a lot of traffic behind us as it is. And I think just adding more traffic, and it is dangerous for the kids. We have a lot in our neighborhood that walk literally every morning down past our house to the bus stop at the corner. And they actually, because of the snow, they had to move the bus stop to the actual corner. So there's a lot of traffic right in that vicinity as it is in the mornings and at usually around lunchtime or when they pick the kids up, and then in the evening on your way home from work. So adding something to that corner other than residential I don't think it would be a good idea. I think it would be dangerous. And I hope that you guys can think about that or maybe go over and take a look and see. I agree with what everybody has said here. It's just not a good idea to change it to commercial. Thank you.
I am going to ask you to sign back in because you are with the owners.
I'm John McSween, a partner in the McSween-Hossett Partnership, which owns parcel 01061084 located at 1601 Fairview. We have been paying taxes and developing this property since 1983. That is 40 years. Carson City charges a high price for their services and sets high standards for developing property, and they provide quality service and are consistent. This environment has allowed a business like ours to flourish and grow. Now, after 40 years, we are confronted with the downzoning of our developed parcel that will put our business operations out of compliance. According to planning, if there's a 12-month lapse in the current compliant usage, then you cannot go back to the usage. If a future tenant is looking for a space and is doing their due diligence and checking the zoning, they will be steered away from our business park because they do not realize that we are operating under an exception and so-called grandfather clause, and we would lose that tenant without ever having the opportunity to explain. In this business, it's difficult to find good tenants. We have had units sit empty for over a year. Initially, renting a space is the hard part, and once people move in, we have been very fortunate and they stay a long time. We have had some tenants over 35 years. This zoning change would be devastating to our ability to rent vacant units. We would be operating in the grips of a constrictor, where any wrong move would result in losing the exception to the zoning change, and eventually the zoning change will be in place with no exception allowed, or remembered by the public or the city planning employees that are directing and coordinating the planning. This downzoning of our parcel will be a slow death to the zoning to which we have developed the property to comply. Over 70% of our warehouse tenants require limited industrial zoning. We have developed the property in a way that best serves those long-term tenants. We have actually developed a diverse community of tenants that works very well together. Much of this development has been accomplished by the intentional steering and good fortune, and this has resulted in a stable, cohesive community of businesses at Fairview Business Park. The single-family residence is necessary for safety and security to prevent break-ins and should not be zoned out. What is the economic impact of this downzoning? A rough estimate puts the devaluation of the property between $500,000 and $1 million. It is incorrect that there will be no financial impact for some time. If this commission determines to go forward with this downzoning of Fairview Business Park and recommends to the Board of Supervisors, we will have to allocate resources, time, and money to protect our investment, and those financial impacts will need to be financed immediately. I neglected to inquire into why the zoning changes, but from what I can gather, it is mainly just a housekeeping activity to try and clean up the master plan and map and make it look more uniform. I imagine this will look better on the map, but in reality, it will pass problems down the line to the people working the desks and doing plan reviews, where they will have to be aware and make exceptions to the very clean and uniform map at the top. But the actual implementation of the exceptions by the frontline employees and the public people will be problematic. I hope that the concept function is more important than form will prevail. So I ask this commission to choose not to go forward with this and not recommend the proposed downzoning of parcel 01061-084, known as Fairview Business Park at 1601 Fairview Drive. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jessie Tingle. For the record, I live on Eastwood, and I have 3 children who are in the school system at the moment. My daughter goes to CHS, and she has to cross the street from Colorado and Salomon in the mornings to get to her bus stop. My son has to go to the bus stop for EVMS that's right in front of the land parcel, and my daughter walks home from school at Alcioliger. So pretty invested in not having the traffic be any worse than it already is. It's a worrisome thing for a mother to know that her kids have to walk to the bus stop and, the traffic is already bad. I don't think that it needs to be turned into commercial. I don't think that we need a bar or a dispensary or a tire shop or anything. I think it needs to stay as is. There's nothing wrong with it. Just consider all of the families who have moved there to have the residential feeling. The three of the corners of that parcel are all residential. You look out and it's residential on three corners. So I don't think that needs to, I think that needs to have an impact on your decision. Thank you.
Betsy Strasberg. I know that having gone to the last Board of Supervisors meeting, it was clearly stated that conformity is their priority, but I urge this board to consider what is more important, conformity to the existing neighborhood or compatibility with the existing neighborhood or to conformity to the code. And I would always go with the neighborhood. They've been there longer. Thank you.
Any further public comment? Okay, seeing none, bring it back to the board. And Commissioner Lloyd.
Commissioner Lloyd, for the record, I have a question probably for engineering. What is the future plan for that intersection at Solomon and Colorado?
So at this time, the city models have not highlighted any improvements at that intersection. However, any project that comes in, dependent on the type of project, because again, you know, zoning can mean a lot of different things. It will have required reports with it, and dependent on the recommendations of those reports and that level of project would come various recommendations at that time.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Kilgore.
Commissioner Kilgore for the record. I want to thank the public for coming up and making their statements first off. Sure makes my job a lot easier, and I hope it helps sway the ideas and minds of my colleagues as well up here. I hope it's as white and black as it is to me, and it seems that what's best for the community is always what's best for the community, and is not reflected always in the law. And I mean, I know someone way smarter than me said something along those lines, but I'm not going to quote it exactly. But thank you for all your time, and thank the city for their diligence as well.
Commissioner DeChristopher.
Commissioner DeChristopher, for the record. I should let all of you know here, because you may have seen it, if you saw a suspicious black SUV driving through your neighborhood, it was me trying to get familiar, once again, get reacquainted with it. And I have to admit, I have to pull off on side streets because it's very difficult to just simply drive at the speed limit and take a look. But when I first got this, I did go in and talk to Heather at the city, and she did explain to me, because I was not present at when this was originally brought up, and my initial reaction was that, is this just to have conformity on a map? Does that outweigh the benefit of homeowners having the peace of mind that the neighborhood that they live in and have invested in remains, that they feel comfortable in their continued investment? And I do appreciate the public comment, because we can get a packet, we can read it, but when you come out and point out the specifics, it's very helpful to us to know that it's our gut check. So thank you, very much appreciate it.
Commissioner Perry.
Can we pull the map back up of the existing zoning to start with? So what I mostly heard there is that the concern is the parcel along Solomon and Colorado, which is residential. That's what I think I heard most of you say there. And right now, that existing zoning, the top of it is light industrial, and the bottom is SF1A. Is the owner of that parcel here tonight? Just out of curiosity. I don't know who it is, or even if it's one parcel or more. Okay. So it would be your desire to leave that as residential. Okay. And, maybe ask the question of city staff of how we get to that one. The middle parcel, and the gentleman that was here that said he has the industrial park, is he still here? Right here. Okay. Do you own that whole thing or just the top, the whole thing? So the top part is your business part, and the bottom part is the storage, right? And the storage is in SF1A, so it's non-compliant. So, I mean, some of the things you said there of, gee, I don't want it to change because it could cost me money. It's non-compliant now, and if it ceased to exist for 12 months, it would do just exactly what you described. You would have half of your piece of ground there, which is zoned SF1A and has a non-conforming use, trigger something. Do you realize that? Yeah, come on up, if that's okay with you, Madam Chairman.
Actually, just for clarification, my understanding is the use that's in the SF1A portion of that property is outside storage. Is that correct, Heather?
It's personal storage. There is an outside storage component.
Okay. And because it's split zone, would it be a special use permit in that zoning district?
There could be a special use permit in that zone.
Right, so it would not be a prohibited use, it would be a conditional use because it's a
Okay.
split zone parcel.
Okay, that's right. It's split zone. So that one, I'm struggling with that one a little bit here. So if that was just left alone, there's nothing non-conforming in it?
And the concern I would have in leaving it alone, and I think Heather articulated it, is as this commission knows, when you have a split zoned parcel, you can choose to establish a use that's allowed in one of those uses, in one of those zoning districts on the entire parcel with a special use permit.
So it could go industrial on the south
Right,
end.
and I would almost suggest that rather than studying the zoning map, we study the existing master plan map for a minute and look at what the master plan's calling out for, because at its most basic level, and I understand there's some folks in the audience who have said this is all academic, just leave us alone, leave everything alone. It's not academic until something bad happens, right? And we look at that corner lot, for example, and if we look at that corner lot on Salomon, it's it's split zoned with that limited industrial, which means the entire parcel with a special use permit could be developed as limited industrial today with us doing absolutely nothing.
I understand that, and we're trying to fix it to satisfy owners and residents and so forth.
Well,
'cause
there's
it's-
that, but I think we also have to look at our master plan first and say to ourselves, in looking at the master plan, and I think that Salomon parcel is probably the easiest. And when we look at the master plan, we see we have a split, right, on that corner parcel. And what's the right answer on that parcel? Is the right answer on that parcel medium density residential? I think I heard that. You all tell me. If the right answer there is medium density residential, that makes the zoning easier, because then we say, okay, what's the corresponding zoning, SF6? And again, and it's not to say you can't have a split zoning, but if you sort of think in terms of what's the right land use, your master plan's going to tell you the aspirational land use, and your zoning's the implementation of that.
So we started on that one, and I actually agree with you. Medium density residential for the whole parcel in the master plan. And then whoever owns it can come back and ask for it to be zoned SF 6000 or something.
No, you all can make a recommendation.
Or we can
to the
make a
board
recommendation
tonight.
to do that,
Yes.
okay? Because that's what it is around there. So the middle parcel, which is split zoning, that this gentleman owns here, has that same issue that it could be light industrial, mixed use commercial on the top, but it's zoned light industrial in the actual zoning. and SF1A. So to make that consistent in the master plan, then I don't know. I mean, I guess the general commercial one makes some sense. I don't know that that's down zoning like you said it is, because it makes it consistent to where you can use it for business. I mean, what's that? Do you have light industrial up there? 75%. Okay. So,
Again, if we look at our master plan on that middle parcel, and I'm just gonna keep going back to the master plan.
Go
and This
ahead.
planning commission knows, when you're looking at your findings of fact, are you always looking at? Consistency with the master plan. Do we like split designations? No. Sometimes do they work? Probably. So here you have a master plan designation in the southern portion of that middle lot that says medium density residential. If redevelopment was proposed on this particular parcel and you needed to look for master plan consistency, if you believe that the southern portion of that lot should stay residential, you would be looking to your master plan to give you that guidance. And then the zoning may be trickier on this one because we do have a non-conforming lot, but I'm not certain that SF1A is the right answer, if medium density residential is the right answer. So that's why, because the findings are couched in the terms of master plan consistency, I think we have to see if the master plan's right, and if the master plan's right, figure out how the zoning follows suit.
isn't this where we were at the last meeting, sort of?
Commissioner Lloyd?
I just didn't put my hand down.
Anybody has a hand up?
This is the existing master plan.
Well, that's what, but that hasn't been changed yet to mixed-use commercial. We're still limited industrial. It's still on this map. So you're talking two different things.
Excuse me, there's,
Excuse me for a minute. We can't have people talking from the audience because the clerk recorder can't pick it up on the microphones, and it doesn't become a part of the meeting. With that stated, I'll leave it up to the chair to guide the
okay,
discussion.
I think we need to just clarify, this is the existing master plan. This is as the existing master plan sits. The other overlay that talked about the single-family 1 acre and the limited industrial is the current zoning. So what we're looking at is trying to make it comply, but right now we have two non-conforming uses. We have the non-conforming use of the mobile home park, which is not individual lots, it's one ownership, but people lease their lots in there. We have limited industrial that is on Fairview. We have a non-conforming use of storage units that were put on single-family 1 acre. And so that's split zoning on that one lot. Now, on the one on Solomon and on Colorado, the one that people have been concerned about, that also is limited industrial and it's single-family 1 acre. Now, I know, and I'm going to just throw something out there, as we've had one that we just did recently that was a commercial zoning, and the people came in, and rather than putting in some of the things that you were concerned about, they came in and they put in townhouses and increased the density considerably through a special use permit. So here's the thing. I think the one thing is a single family 1 acre, to me, never conformed there. That's not single family 1 acre. The storage units are not single family 1 acre. And half the mobile home park is not limited industrial. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to end up with some kind of conformity at the end. We have non-conforming uses, which we have to acknowledge, but at some time in the future, as owners and so forth, people want to know what it's going to be. The people before thought it was single family, 1 acre, and now it's storage units. So the question is do you want, I think the one thing is this lot is not going to remain vacant, period. It's going to be something someday. And unless you own it, you really can't go in and say what you want it to be unless something's proposed. So I think all we're trying to do is say, okay, great. What is going to be the thing that is actually here that is going to make it continue on? So any other input from the commissioners? Okay.
Madam Chair, if you wouldn't mind, I think Heather, the planning manager, has come up with something that's worth putting on the table for you to kind of chew on for a little bit.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll start the westernmost, the corner parcel. It's mixed-use commercial master plan, medium-density residential master plan. I would recommend leaving the master plan as is and doing an SF6 zoning on that corner. And that would be conforming.
On
Those,
the left corner
yes.
against Salomon.
The corner
and
of Colorado and
Okay.
Salomon. If we leave it as is, it still conforms. So the mixed-use commercial allows for a mix of residential and commercial zoning districts. So I think we're good there. If we go to the middle parcel, I think for consistency with the mapping, we leave the master plan as is and go with, again, a SF6 zoning over the medium density residential portion. It remains non-conforming, but it allows for any future development in that area to essentially conform with the neighborhood. The limited industrial zoning would remain at the
So
northern portion.
SF1A to SF 6000.
Yes.
Okay, on the middle parcel.
And then we've got two different options we can talk about with the mobile home park. We can leave it as is with the master plan and do SF6 zoning over the top of it. It's still non-conforming, but it's a residential use. At least the zoning would conform with the master plan.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. I think that makes sense.
Or we can consider doing the recommended general commercial zoning with mixed-use commercial master plan. I don't necessarily, if we're just basically going to clean up the map, the nonconformity kind of is what it is.
Or you could do, could we not also do, what's the mobile home park one?
Mobile home, you
Manufactured.
could do mobile home park, but then we would have to change the master plan to high-density residential.
I feel like I've kept asking for the master plan to be on the board. And I think when we look at the master plan as it exists today, in respect to the comments that you heard today from the people who live in that neighborhood, the master plan makes sense. And what we're dealing with is we're dealing with some zoning districts that aren't consistent with the master plan. It's not simply academic. This is real. It's going to be really real when you see a development that's not consistent with the neighborhood. And so I think we, as your staff, have an obligation to point this out. And I think what Heather's come up with is a good answer in that it says, let's leave our master plan as is. It makes sense for this area. and let's have the zoning sync up with it so we can actually implement our master plan.
So your medium density residential be medium density residential 6 as opposed to?
It'd be SF 6,000.
SF 6,000.
Yeah.
For the bottom 2 lots and for the mobile home park.
Correct.
Okay.
Which is consistent with the neighborhood to the south.
And
the
the
west.
zoning on the multi-use commercial parts stays L1.
For the center parcel.
Yeah, and
Not on the left parcel.
Not on
It
the
would
left
go to
part, just
SF
the-
6,000.
okay,
Correct.
Yeah.
all right,
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that makes sense.
Okay, the other thing is that middle parcel, it is now being eliminated as light industrial. And it's a non-conforming use.
We're not suggesting to eliminate the limited industrial. The limited industrial would remain where it is at the north portion of the parcel. The single-family 1 acre zoning would be changed to single-family 6,000.
Okay, and then the far left one would be single family 6,000? And
Yes.
then mobile home park would be?
Single family.
Single-family 6,000 in its entirety.
In its entirety.
Told you so.
Oh, stop it. Any further discussion?
That's not exactly right. Well, I think the owner of the middle lot, could you come forward? Do you understand what we were saying here? I forgot your name, I'm sorry. John, sorry, John.
John McSwain, for the record.
So what we're talking about in that lot is not changing the zoning to the north, your light industrial.
Correct.
And in the south, instead of SF1A, it would go to single-family 6,000. And so it would be,
In the zoning.
yes, in zoning,
In the
master
and the-
plan.
And the master plan would change from medium density residential to SF.
Nope, it wouldn't change.
The master plan would remain the same.
Oh, it
We would
stayed,
simply sync the zoning with the master plan.
and it would just change it to single family 6.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, I think that's
Okay?
that's consistent.
Yeah, I think so. Well, somewhat, but it's as best we may be able to do. So if you don't mind, Madam Chairman, I'd like to ask the rest of the folks here that were concerned about the western lot, Salomon and Colorado. Do you understand what we're saying? You want to have 1 or 2 of you come up?
Thank you. Kimberly Adams for the record. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding. As we see the master plan, that stays. The zoning for the parcel that all of us are concerned about, does that entire piece change to single-family 6,000? Or is there, okay, so the light
Yes.
industrial's bye-bye.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll shut up now. I'm sorry.
Heather can put it into the record. There's no action on the master plan because you're not recommending any change. And Heather has drafted a draft ordinance for the zoning, but she can summarize the changes for you and then you can go from there. Yes.
Would you like me to summarize first? Okay, so there would be no changes, no recommended modifications to the master plan. The zoning for the parcel,
For the benefit of the record, item 6E, no action.
the zoning for the parcel to the west at the corner of Solomon and Colorado would be changed from limited industrial and single-family 1 acre to single-family 6,000. The zoning for the parcel in the middle between Fairview and Colorado, again, no change to the master plan. We'd be looking at leaving the limited industrial zoning as is and modifying the zoning from single-family 1 acre to single-family 6,000 for the southern portion. The parcel that is the mobile home park, the single-family 6,000 zoning would be applied to the entire parcel. So limited industrial would be amended to single-family 6,000.
Now, I move to recommend to the Board of Supervisors approval of the zoning map amendment ZA 2023-008 as we've just presented.
Second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Who seconded? Oh,
You break for 5 minutes. order and go on to 6G. For possible action and discussion and possible action regarding a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors Board concerning an application from Will Adler in behalf of Green Thumb Industries, Inc., applicant for an ordinance amending location limitations for medical marijuana dispensaries and medical retail stores. And Hope.
Okay, so this is a request, as the chair said, to amend Carson City Municipal Code 1804-130 to allow marijuana retail stores and dispensaries in the retail commercial zoning district in certain townships and ranges generally located along North Carson Street, north of Winnie Lane, and west of Hot Springs Drive. This map that I have on the board is in your packet in the staff report. By way of background, in 2013, the Medical Marijuana Act was signed into law in Nevada. So 2013, so 9 years ago, almost 10 years ago. In 2014, the Carson City Board of Supervisors adopted an ordinance to allow medical marijuana dispensaries with a special use permit in certain zoning districts in certain locations. And those locations were essentially South Carson Street and Highway 50. In 2016, the Nevada voters passed the Regulation and Taxation of Marijuana Act. In 2017, Carson City Board of Supervisors adopted an ordinance to allow for recreational marijuana stores with the same locational limitations as adopted in 2014. So again, in 2014, it was limited to medical marijuana dispensaries. Then in 2016, with the vote in the state of Nevada, what they casually called recreational marijuana was allowed, and we had marijuana stores, and Carson City opted to allow those. I should mention that in 2014, there was a limitation to 2 dispensaries. The board kept with that limitation in 2017. In 2022, the board voted to increase the number of retail marijuana stores allowed from 2 to 4, with no change in locational criteria. Currently, as I mentioned, the establishments are limited to the general commercial and general industrial zoning districts along South Carson Street, south of Fairview, and along Highway 50. And again, those maps are in your staff report. There are additional locational criterias above and beyond the zoning in the township and range. Those separations, those locational limitations include separations of 300 feet from a preschool or daycare, 300 feet from parks and facilities whose primary service is to provide recreational opportunities to children, 300 feet from residential zoning districts when measured from the front door, and 1,000 feet from public and private schools. Okay, so how did we come to this locational criteria? I actually went back and I watched the video of the meeting of June 19th, 2014, and that was at the board meeting. It was an interesting board meeting because at that particular board meeting, the board didn't know if they were going to opt in or opt out on medical marijuana. But what they were doing was trying to identify what their regulations would be in case they did opt in, and they wanted to establish those regulations. They also didn't know what to expect from any parts of the marijuana, from not just the dispensaries, but the cultivation, the production as well. There was a lot of concern at that meeting with incompatibility of these marijuana uses, or I should say facilities, with residential uses. The proponents for marijuana dispensaries volunteered that they were at this meeting, that they were only interested in locating on South Carson Street, south of Fairview, and on Highway 50, west of the 580 interchange. The proponents offered this limitation to the board in lieu of the Planning Commission's recommendation of a 1,000-foot separation from churches, parks, playgrounds, daycare facilities, and recreational facilities. So right now we have that 300-foot separation. Back in 2014, the Planning Commission had recommended a 1,000-foot separation. So what the proponents of the marijuana dispensaries said to the board at this June 19, 2014 meeting is said, don't give us that 1,000-foot separation. That's going to hurt us a lot. We really just want south of Fairview on South Carson and Highway 50 west of the 580 interchange. And the board agreed with that locational criteria. So the city now has had dispensaries for 6 years and now also has these marijuana stores. And through the implementation of design standards, and I have this book open to these design standards, so we have a couple pages of design standards and their design guidelines. These businesses do seem to blend in with other community businesses. The applicant tonight would like to expand where medical marijuana dispensaries and marijuana retail stores can locate, specifically requesting that they be allowed on North Carson Street, north of Winnie, west of Hot Springs, in the retail commercial zoning district, with all existing separation requirements in place. You don't have the authority to amend Title 18, only the board does. What the Planning Commission does is you conduct a public hearing and you advise the Board of Supervisors based on 3 required findings of fact. You should only recommend approval of this zoning text amendment if you can make each of these findings in the affirmative. The findings are, you have to find that the proposed amendment is in substantial compliance with and supports the goals and policies of the master plan. So that's what we were sort of talking about at our last item, where I kept saying you're going to keep being asked about the master plan. So here, yet again, you're being asked to find compliance with the master plan. Secondly, that the proposed amendment will provide for land use compatibility with the existing adjacent land uses and will not have a detrimental impact on other properties in the vicinity. And that the proposed amendment will not negatively impact existing or planned public services or facilities and will not adversely impact the public health, safety, and welfare. I will add, because I don't think I mentioned it, that this use could only be established with a special use permit. So in addition to just creating this locational criteria as a potential place for location of such a use, they would also have to meet the 7 findings of fact for a special use permit. The staff has gone through the 3 findings that I have on the screen, and I have made those in the affirmative. Will Adler, the applicant, is present, and he does have a presentation. I can answer questions. I know there was a question about the impact of the separation requirements on the locations along North Carson. Should this be amended to make that location available for this use? And in his PowerPoint, he has demonstrated, and I think it was included as your late material as well, how those separation requirements would impact the ability to locate in that area. Now I can answer any questions, or we'll just bring Will up to do his presentation.
I have one real quick question. The recreation facilities that the stores have to be away from, would that include things like the go-kart track that's on Carson? Or is that more of an adult versus a child?
Yeah. I would not say that that's exclusively child. I think that really does cater to a large extent to the adults, much like that place Talent, which is the soccer, indoor soccer place. I wouldn't say that that was purely a youth-oriented facility. I think that's a mixed facility.
Okay.
So that would be my interpretation. Come on, Will. You're up.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Will Adler. I'm the principal of Silver State Government Relations, and I'm here representing Green Thumbs Industries, the applicant, as I'm also the applicant for this zoning change. Green Thumbs Industries prepared this slideshow for the last meeting, so sorry about the date. Green Thumbs, just going through it quickly, is a multinational and multi-state operator here in the cannabis industry. They have 75 retail outlets nationally and employ approximately 4,000 employees. I'm just gonna burn through this. Green Thumbs has been the owner operator of Rise Dispensaries here in Carson City. They opened Carson City's first dispensary. It was a medical marijuana dispensary back in September 2016. Rise operates a total of 4 locations here: Carson City, Henderson, Reno, and Spanish Springs. those are opening day photos. Green Thumbs has a lot of history community support in the area. We do participate in a lot of the food banks and other community drives, and keep going. Well, the other one is we're the grand champion of the local Carson City Boys and Girls Club Luau sponsor. They want to make sure I mention that as 4 years running. So the big thing with retail outlets, though, is they are not like other businesses. As Hope mentioned, they are only explicitly allowed in Carson City and other districts through special licensing, and Carson City is a special use permit. And to achieve that, we have to complete rigorous state findings through our security findings. So you can see up there, camera surveillance, and all the 24-hour protections. And basically, to build a store, you have to build essentially what would be a bank vault as a building to ensure nothing can come out of it wrongfully or go into it wrongfully, because we are monitoring the products in and out of the facility through a CDCL tracking software. But roughly, the investment is a minimum of about a $1 million construction tenant improvement for any building you find, or a ground-up building would be about $5 or $6 million to do to achieve the state's requirements for a facility for cannabis sales. What we're talking about today, though, is Carson City's current zoning and allowable zoning for cannabis dispensaries and retail outlets. As Hope said masterfully and knows the history of Carson City cannabis better than I do now, the original zoning was limited to the 2 zones you can see today. It's sort of 2 or 2.5 there. The one on the left is in South Carson City, and it goes basically to the 50 junction there, as you can see in the a little boot pattern. But that was concentrated around a general commercial zoning in that part of town, as it was the most distant area and sort of away from all schools and other areas. And a similar model was done on the Highway 50 corridor on the map on the right, which limits it to the commercial zones or the general commercial along the 50 corridor. And then that gray area in the middle is industrial that also allows it. And then the little spot on the right is another general commercial, sort of on the border of Story County there, Lyon County. Yeah, my bad. To explain sort of the bubbles or the impacts that certain geographic features or restricted zonings would have. On the southern map, those are sort of your current restricted zoning around parks, and I think one daycare might be down there as well. But generally, you can sort of see the bubbles aren't clustered there because by design, that is distant away from those properties. And the next map is the Highway 50. Obviously, you have the huge park up there, so sort of draw a big 300-foot bubble around all of that. But you can sort of see the impact that the zoning had there. But again, it was sort of structured to be away from a lot of these objects by design, and rightfully it is. Our property we're looking at in North Carson City, as Hope depicted, is just sort of north of Winnie Lane there, and stops at the end of that township square at the top. Was selected for a very precise reason. The amount of zonable land for a real dispensary, which is a commercial operation, is a retail outlet, is extremely limited in the bubbles we have today. And we do have one dispensary already located in southern part of the Carson City area, and one in off of Highway 50 already. We're getting a second dispensary off of the southern part of Carson City today in that second district. And the only other property we've actually been able to locate that could be zonable is on Highway 50 today. So we would end up with 2 in both districts today. So GTI's intent or desire would be to actually spread out the retail outlets in the rest of Carson City. And the north part of town has a lot of the same conformities and has a lot of the same desirable characteristics as the previously selected zonable areas. It is far away from schools and is sort of distant from parks and other community desirable uses. And as you can see on our bubbles there, south of that is where you do get these heavy clusters. You do get a lot of parks and a lot of schools and other things. But in our map, the southern portion does have some obstructions. It does have a daycare there, sort of right by Denny's, just next to it. But other than that, it does sort of have the same intent of finding commercially acceptable locations that are distant from these community, locations that you wouldn't really want to see cannabis around in some ways, or the previous board declared they didn't. In our map, though, it is retail commercial, not general commercial. That is the one sort of zoning change use. But under the master plan, it is all sort of a single commercial unit, and we do feel it is in conformity with the public's view of commercial, retail space, because the idea of general commercial versus retail commercial isn't very well understood in the public sphere either. So it is not general commercial, but we selected it as having similar characteristics and being similarly zoned away from those community, interaction points that you wouldn't want to see cannabis at. Thank you very much. Take any questions, and if it's okay, if there's anything comes up after public comment, I could also answer any questions after that, as that did happen before. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Cron.
Yeah, I had a question. On your northern boundary, the reason you picked that straight line across there was because of a particular legal description?
So there's a faint brown line there that we try to include in our map that we created, but the previous Board of Supervisors in 2014, to make explicit districts in town that were allowable, it wasn't based on a master zoning plan, it wasn't based on a certain zoning district or type. So to say it's allowable here, but only in these parts of here, they did what we called a zoning bubble, or did a locational thing based on the township and range map. So that straight line on the top is just the end of the border of that township range. And these are sort of a grid that goes over all of Carson City that isn't sort of a mandatory indicator, but is a way that you can geographically figure out an area on the map. And why we sort of did this clustering, these shapings that way and putting it up there, was the idea of clustering it away from one another, because these like businesses seem to have a compounded interest. But individually, we've had incredible success in this town of having a non-conflict with any of our dispensaries and really having no history of any issues. We've had no robberies, we've had no complaints, and really had a great track record of being good community operators. But just that shape is strictly because the map sort of looks that way.
Well, and that's fine. That's why I wanted to know, because it basically, by drawing that line there, you end up cutting basically the whole hospital complex in half. You have the hospital to the north and Sierra Surgical Center to the south. And then you have all those doctor's office buildings in there. And I'm just wondering to just go back to, will provide for land uses compatible with existing and adjacent land uses. I guess I would have a question about that area of town to make that finding. I'm not sure I disagree with staff's finding further south, but anything for me, personally, I think the bubble's too big. That's just my opinion. I think the bubble is too big. But even more importantly is I'm just not sure that the north end of town, north of Arrowhead and north of Medical Parkway, and including Vista Lane area, is really compatible with the finding that staff has put forward.
I maybe don't disagree with you, sir. Will Adler, for the record. As we were trying to capture the commercial corridor that is across, both sides of 395 going northward, like I said, we ended it at the top there just because it was at the end of the township map. So I don't think there is a lot of commercial opportunities north of that. But under our original medical marijuana language and under our sort of conformity and zoning, we are to be conforming with a pharmacy and actually conforming with medical use and sort of be approachable at the same level as a pharmacy, right? So we were actually referred to build our buildings to look like medical buildings and actually have some conformity and use there. But I think that district is sort of, the medical district there. So I could taper it in on the left side here, but going anywhere off of that commercial corridor, the immediate properties that sort of touch 395 wouldn't be an ideal use or sort of a desired use anyhow. And then north of, Arrowhead, it's sort of stretching it further from our desirable location anyhow. So I'm kind of in agreement there, but yeah, it was just for the mapping purposes.
Oh, and that's fine. That's why I asked the original question, is why did that line divide things up? And so I understand the township range idea. I just think that particular area, maybe even down to Silver Oak, becomes a concern of mine. The bubble's too big, and I'm not sure. So I guess, okay, let me rephrase myself. I'm not opposed to the expansion up onto the north end of town, okay? I just think the bubble's too big. And I think that to go with that finding, I think that becomes difficult to do on the north end of Carson Street. So that's my thought.
Commissioner Perry?
Thanks for your presentation, Will. And I'm just going to rewind back a little history for the sake of those weren't here. I think it was 2 meetings ago when the first proposal was a much larger area, and we said, no, that's inconsistent. You need to be surgical about this and make sure that, number one, I think, there was some discussion about doesn't include anything downtown, right? And this doesn't, so you're proposing this map north of Winnie Lane along Carson Street going north, but not anywhere downtown, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And up here in this area, could you go back to the map that shows the bubbles, the circles? I'm sorry, I call these the bubbles. There's the circles. They're the no, you can't do it here zone because there's a park or a school or something like that in there. Looking at that, there's one to the up there by Arrowhead, right? Well, I'm trying to think of what is that. Oh, well, that's Imus Park.
It's a tiny.
Yeah, tiny park. Okay, and there isn't much conflict elsewhere, and there is there just right on the southern edge. Okay, I guess that was my only question. Thanks.
Well, now you have to be 300 feet from residential, correct?
Yes. And
Because you are missing a bunch of areas for your bubble, because on the corner of College to the east is a low-income housing, and it's a large parcel that runs behind all of Carson Home Center where the race place is and all of that. So that's kind of out of that bubble.
And
That's
all
another
of the
bubble.
south sort of
Yeah, they all have
Sawtooth has
and it's
a
crows
mobile
fly,
home,
right?
and so some is general commercial, like the mobile home has
Mm-hmm.
that general commercial over it or under it, and it does or doesn't conform. But we wouldn't want to put it there just because it's too close, and it's clearly a housing unit today, right? So the residential was too much to sort of add additional bubbles as we saw it. It sort of overshaded it. But yeah, on the whole right side, you can take about 300 feet in on the whole right side down there. And then on the left side too, sort of by that second grade bubble is Fritz School. Residential comes into there about 300 feet in, but it's similar to the 1,000 feet from the school, sort of there on the left side. But yes, you're correct. The residential zoning still does apply here. So it does limit it very strictly inward towards that center corridor on 395 on both sides.
So even where we just went ahead and approved the special use permit for the multifamily, if you were able to get a parcel, let's say the little brick building on Glen Eagle, you wouldn't be able to do that because of the 300 feet too?
Well,
The 300 feet is from residential zoning.
Residential zoning,
yeah, that's
not
like the mobile.
residential use?
Yeah, that's like the mobile home is, there's a mobile home park sort of just off of Hot Springs there, and it's under, I think, general commercial or something that's not, zoned housing, but still, again, we wouldn't go down that branch anyways. But I think like this one that you said is today's topic was not zoned residential. So yes, you're not 300 feet from a residentially zoned land, similar to, I think, the Qualcam property in southern, Carson City, the last, special use permit that sort of came forward. There was a resident that had, a non-conforming use. She has a residence, but it wasn't, zoned residential. So that also didn't qualify within the 300-foot.
So is multifamily considered residential?
Yes.
So this action tonight is just a recommendation to change the ordinance. And if that was approved by the city supervisors and this entity came in and said, oh, we've chosen a place here to put this, we would be back here going through another SUP, looking at all of those things specifically.
Correct.
Right, okay.
That's my understanding. Yes. And at that time, you could add additional conditions, as I believe, and double check on the zoning and the residential, distances as well. But yes.
Is there any public comment in regards to this? I think you know the drill. You still need to sign in again, please. Mhm.
Pepsi Strasburg. A zoning map amendment is maybe initiated by a majority of the board or owner of a real property in this town. The applicant, Green Thumb, as far as I know, does not own a property. However, the DA's office and the planning department tells me that they have verified ownership, but it's not obvious in the presentation. The Board of Supervisors, given that they own a property, then we can go to the rest of the discussion. Board of Supervisors increased the number of stores from 2 to 4, reliant on the existing codes. Supervisor Giomi made a motion to require the DA's office to look at the regulations, which is the 300 feet or 1,000 feet or whatever. Had it not been for the expediency to approve the Qualcomm application or the DA's office unavailability to do a quick turnaround on due to their resource constraints, the motion was withdrawn by Supervisor Giomi. The 6 supplemental standards, i.e. the distance from residence front door, needs to be looked at. It's not sufficient. Just because this commission can vote on a SUP later, as we have seen, those things sail through this committee pretty good. So this is the first obstacle, which takes a lot more discussion and rationale to change. So this is where the rubber hits the road. State regulations are not enough. Douglas County doesn't have a marijuana store, even though they are allowed licenses. There is no basis in the applicant's application that 6 years of experience is sufficient. The sheriff said that he had no issues with the current owners. He did not comment on the detrimental impact on our youth or our community. So I think that we cannot say that that there's no going to be any adverse impact on public health, safety, and welfare under condition 3. That is pretty far reaching at this point. The cluster of cannabis stores, the supervisor said that they should not protect the profitability of existing marijuana stores by not increasing. That was the reason for not increasing. They increased the number of stores. However, on the contrary, the city should not eliminate location limitations without looking at the regs to protect the profitability of stores either. I urge the commission to reject this application, and until the DA's office can provide additional regulations, protect the community as Supervisor Giomi was trying to do, and only if the applicant is the owner of a parcel to request a ordinance change in the first place. Thank you.
Hi, Lisa Partee. So every approval in this marijuana dispensary process has resulted in additional requests for amendments. We went from 2 to 4. We are still a small city, and we didn't need 4. Reno doesn't have 4. So although the Board of Supervisors approved the 4, now evidently Green Thumb now is unable to find a location within the limitations and regulations set. Oh well. The Talents Athletic Center is loaded with young children. My granddaughter goes there. She plays there. She's 11. There is also a private school on the corner of Janelle and Russet Way. And that's problematic for me. That's right within that Winnie Lane that he's looking at there. So please do not amend the map, because if you give an inch, they take a mile, and that's what comes to mind for me. Thanks.
Richard Nagel for the record. Again, just north of Winnie, there's a iSchool, which is a alternative high school. So that wasn't included, you know, that again, that's in the map area. That isn't one of those bubbles. And also, it's really close to the Lutheran school, which is on Mountain. And again, the kids walk home from there, and I see them walking down that area anyway. So this, again, it's not a very good place to put it as far as that area goes, because you're going to have a lot of kids in that neighborhood walking home. The other thing is that the people of Carson City voted against having dispensaries in the first place, and they've been overridden twice by the Board of Supervisors. I don't think the Board of Supervisors has standing to approve this because it has not been approved by the voters. You know, I think only the voters should be able to rescind a vote or change their opinion. It's not, it's un-American. You know, we didn't elect, you know, emperor to take the place or the vote away from the people. That should have gone back to the people. The other thing is that, again, you know, I go back to the shooting that happened last night. Okay, there's some kid fighting for his life that has a bullet hole in his face because it was another marijuana deal went down south. So again, we have not addressed the basic issue of our children yet, and we want to expand this into other areas. And it doesn't, I don't know where these kids got the marijuana from, but they found a bunch of bags in the car. They had a chamber thing where the guys are learning about different parts of the city of, you know, our Carson City. And when it came to the sheriff's department, there was like a half-hour lecture on the evils of marijuana and how it was really not good for Carson City from the sheriffs. So again, you know, they're not neutral on this. They don't like it, and they don't want it. And it just doesn't make sense that we would just continue to flaunt the will of the people.
Time.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Chair, Commissioners, I can say it as well, but it did start with the city of Carson, people of Carson, deciding not to have marijuana. It wasn't a large margin, it was 800. And then somehow magically it turned into, well, we'll allow 2. And then we decided that was going to be set, and I feel very uncomfortable about the way we've treated some of the individuals that have come here in their rights to try to start a business. And we sort of did a bait and switch. You can come here, we got it, you're going to have set with only 2 offers against, you know, you have 1 competition. It's a small town, that should be all that you need. And then it's like, okay, Quankill comes in, and they say, well, we really would like to have another opportunity, expand on the options that people in Carson will have, and make sure that we have good competition. Well, they put it up on a spot where most of us would have thought we'd have to have somebody famous roll in their graves when they figured out the location of the Quankill. And I'm looking at the paperwork of when this all started and how to get to where it is, but I think it just comes down to the fact, like Richard said, the vote of the people has been stepped on since this got rolling. And if it doesn't stop somewhere, and I admire Will Adler. If I were in a situation where I needed someone to advocate for me, I would pick him. He's got his ducks in a row. He comes in here and is respectful in the company that he has set up and helped provide safety and security and the best he could for the community under the circumstances and agreements that they came into. I think they've done a wonderful job. My thing is, I'm not going to have to say much more than say, within the conditions, it doesn't pass the mustard. It doesn't have enough information about what marijuana does. There is enough out there that should discourage anybody that's pregnant, anybody that's nursing, anybody that has children that are going to be exposed to the smoke or the residue on clothing. I saw a thing on Judge Judy years ago actually, And there was a situation where she told the woman, well, I'm really sorry that your kid got thrown out of school because he smelled like marijuana because your neighbor's using it medically. The woman she said, move. If you don't like it, just move. How easy it is for a single mom just to move. Okay, so my thing is, it doesn't pass the safety and health because there's just not enough information to prove either way on that. It has great medicinal purposes, and I look forward to those studies to be increased and more information come forward to give us a better platform. Right now, I don't want them everywhere, and we've got too many already. Thank you very much.
Any further public comment?
Leanne Sarm for the record. I first of all, I want to say I agree with a lot of what the other people have said. That also, I want to make my own points. Couple of things that come about is just what the first man spoke about tonight in proponent for more dispensaries was delivery. Delivery is available and very common. And it's like, why do we want to keep expanding and making these interfaces and making these conflicts with new locations that are very broad, not completely vetted, not completely looked at, also makes limitations on new and future daycare centers or school locations and things like that. I'm on boards with the school with the school board and looking or the school district, not the school board, sorry. And we look at, we're looking at locations that if we do have student enrollment, I understand it's not going yet, I'm sorry, I will not take the full time. But it limits those as well. Now that we're expanding. I mean, just to go down my points here, 300 feet, that's a football field. I mean, kids run a football field length all the time. And they're right there. It's small. That's really small. That's really not restrictive and safe. That is not a safe distance. I hope my little kids, my grandkids can play and run safely in more than just 100 yards. The other thing is, if they talk about security and we have to have it like a bank vault and all this stuff, well, then obviously there's security issues. Now you're interfacing them even more and expanding them into the city more than we need. Going back to, I'm sorry, I'm reading my notes here. It's too broad for the goals of the three findings, in my opinion. The goals of the master plan. The master plan is not intended to be, like we just said, it's not uses are not always what is zoned and what's in the master plan and everything. We just changed it. We just said that there was a trailer park in an industrial zoning or things like that. It happens. So the dispensary doesn't have any recourse to not have to look at that. I understand the special use permit, but we're basically just like blanketing this huge area saying, no problem, we'll look at it later. Well, no, we need to look at it and restrict it now so that we have control, just as the previous Board of Supervisors wanted restrictions. They wanted control. They kept it to 2. I know they recently put it to 4, even though there was a lot of opposition to it. But we need to draw the line. This is not what we want as the future of Carson City. The voters, the people. You talk to most people and they're not wanting, let's expand it. Let's just make more and more of it. There is 2, they serve the purposes of the people that have already wanted them and approved them. The delivery, we don't need new locations. We don't need to expand like this. And if we do expand, it needs to be microscopic expansion. So that's my opinion. So please do not approve this recommendation for changing. Thank you.
Any further public comment? Okay. Okay.
I will say something. I just want to make a statement that I do live within 1,000 feet of where this zoning is proposed to be allowed. Just a statement.
I would also note that we recommended to the Board of Supervisors not to increase the number of marijuana facilities.
Right, I feel like I need to just clarify and kind of frame this, and I've heard the public. The city will allow 4 marijuana stores. We currently have 2. We have locational criteria that limits the location of these uses to South Carson Street and William Street. What's before you is not contemplating whether or not to have more than 4. 4 is our limit at this moment. It can be changed, but right now the limit's 4. The question before you is whether or not this area in North Carson should be in a location where one of these or 2 of these dispensaries could go. I heard comments from Commissioner Cron. You may want to look at if you are entertaining the idea that you can make the findings going north on North Carson, if you can make the findings for as large as an area as it is, or if you feel like there's conflict with the hospital, in which case you may want to cut it off somewhere else. But I leave that to you, and I suggest that you work within the framework of the findings. It froze on me. Hey, Tamar, this is frozen for some reason. Can you, oh, I see. I had to click this thing first. Okay. It's still not moving. Okay. It's on page 5 of 7 in the staff report.
Well, if we consider the earlier recommendations of staying away from the hospital, then you would, it looks like you would come down Silver Oak to Carson to Arrowhead. Take all that to the northeast out of there, or the northwest out of there.
So would the break be Silver Oak?
No, not
The
all the way
northern?
across. It would be Silver Oak to Carson to Arrowhead.
Oh, so you would keep the east side of?
Yeah.
Okay.
And take,
That, I'll
we
tell you
already
what.
know that one big lot is taken.
I'll tell you what, that's a hard description to codify.
Okay. I'm sure it is, but I mean,
Yeah, and so I would suggest if you figure out where the northern cutoff is, and if the northern cutoff is Silver Oak, let's just call it out at Silver Oak. And
well, if that's the case, then just cut it off at Medical Parkway.
you okay with that? Okay.
Medical Parkway to Arrowhead.
That's what I had originally
Yeah,
tried.
that's what I'm.
Tried to
that-
communicate.
That's
Hopefully-
what I'm asking. Is that what
But
you were saying?
Yeah, so what I was thinking, like you were saying, everything north of Arrowhead would come out of the area, everything north
Let them.
of College or Medical Parkway would come out, and then the area around Vista Lane where they have those little office complexes in that area would come out as well. Everything south would stay within the proposed expansion area.
I think it would be hard to do Vista Lane because there's no easy way to codify that. But I'm not sure that that's an area that's of interest anyway.
We could certainly say the northern boundary is the intersection of Medical Parkway, Carson, and Arrowhead.
Mm-hmm.
And that would take in the majority of my concern.
Okay. Would that work for you, Will?
Will Adler, for the record, yes, that would work perfectly. Thank you.
Okay.
I have another concern. I said is I think I pointed this out before, is that Will brought this up, that this is all retail commercial. This is all office, it's not general commercial. However, hopefully at one time this will go ahead and change to general commercial and not be specifically retail commercial. That would allow some additional uses that we have not been able to have in that particular northern corridor. If there was, and you're saying a retail store within, for instance, I'm going to be very specific. I mean, I have an owner that owns a bunch of property on North Carson Street, and she's part of an actual HOA type of a thing, but I don't know if the neighbor who has a building as part of this thing decided he wanted to put that in. Would that restrict her from being able to put in a daycare?
No, it
So-
doesn't. I've had those conversations with the state, and this separation requirements are at the time of establishment. So if the marijuana facility, at the time the marijuana facility is seeking the special use permit, we would look for compliance with the separation requirements. If while the marijuana facility was under operations, say a school established, a kids, trampoline place or something established, the marijuana place, which lawfully established, would be okay.
Okay, and it wouldn't have any constrictions with.
If they went to expand, we would revisit that, but as long as there wasn't some discretionary review coming before this commission, we wouldn't retroactively say, oh, we just allowed the trampoline place, so you have to shut.
So I'm also looking at this retail commercial area, and from the Silver Oaks side, on the east side is large apartment communities. So, I mean, I'm looking at that going, okay, I think that fits in probably within the 300 feet. Looking at, there was a little legend on one of these things that showed 900 feet. So, I mean, are we?
Yeah, but if it's residential in a commercial zone, it doesn't count.
No, this is residential in a residential multifamily zone.
And keep in mind, the 300 feet is not as the crow flies. It's from the front door of the dispensary drawn in a straight line.
Just forward, not back.
Drawn in a straight line from the front door of the dispensary.
So literally, we take the front door of the dispensary, do a GPS, and we stand at the front door, and then whichever way, through the back of the building or backwards behind me, it's 300 feet from there to the
But even
property
towards the
line.
back, it's
Yep.
even to the back. It's not just to the front.
Yeah, you don't walk around the building.
Yeah,
and
we
add-
don't stand on Carson Street and say,
No.
can't go across Carson Street.
Yeah, and it's to the property line, not the front door of the nearest residential. So it's the nearest residentially zoned property line to our front door, right? So it's not front door to front door, which would be far more confusing, I think. And then on sort of one of your questions, or maybe to clarify that it's a one-way zoning restriction. So, which has happened several times already. Dispensaries are limited from and cannot move to locations that have daycares, that have, you know, kids-based play areas, things like that. But we've seen several times already in Reno and other locations where a daycare is moved in next door to an already existing dispensary, but they're well aware of the dispensary that's already there, and they've chosen to move into that shopping mall. But it doesn't restrict anyone from moving near us. It's just restricts a cannabis operation from moving near one of those outlets. So if we exist in place, anyone can move into our zone without restriction.
But this one's getting smaller and smaller when you figure in like the Discovery Creative Center and you figure in the little church thing off in Northgate that
Oh,
has
yeah.
a daycare and the different parks and so forth.
Yeah, Will Adler for the record, yes. And then again, to, you know, bring this back full circle, we would still have to come forward with a special use permit and anything identified at that time as well. Residential that, you know, we didn't bubble in because it was so significant, it was hard to show the overlapping bubbles there, would also be restrictive at that time, even within this zoning area here. So it would take into account. And even in this, there's a very limited number of available properties, but it is kind of the desirable aspiration to get something in there. Thank you.
To clarify on the separation with residential, I just want to read to you from the code. A medical marijuana dispensary or retail marijuana store is prohibited on any property or within any shopping center with a frontage that is on the same street on which a residentially zoned property is also located, unless the dispensary or store is located more than 300 feet from the residential property as measured on a straight line from the nearest residential property line abutting the street right-of-way to the front door of the dispensary or the store. So, I mean, there's, even when we start talking about the schools, they start talking about the front door. So that's why the separation requirements, we would look really closely at those should we get an application for a special use permit. It's a little tricky to do it without that.
Commissioner Perry?
Will, I think you've done a great job here, you and your team, you know, and I know we gave you some guidance a couple of months ago to be more specific about this. And I mean, I've looked at it and listened to the constraints and so forth that are here. And I just think this area up here is problematic. And I can't get to number 3 on the findings here, so I can't support it. I think you've done a great job of it, but I think, you know, you've got the areas in the city right now, and it's a struggle to come up with something in this area because there is so much residential and there are so many kids out there. So thanks for your work from my standpoint.
Any further discussion? Put together a motion?
Madam Chairman, I'll try and make a motion, see where we go.
Okay.
I'd like to move to recommend to the Board of Supervisors approval of the requested zoning code amendment based on the ability to make the findings as outlined in the staff report, with the northern boundary being the Medical Parkway and what is that, Arrowhead Drive? Carson and Arrowhead Drive.
Okay.
Who seconded?
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Nays?
Aye.
Aye. I'm a nay.
2 ayes or nays. Are you a nay? 3 nays.
Okay, let's do a roll call, please.
Chair Preston? Nay. Commissioner Borders?
Aye.
Commissioner DeChristopher? Commissioner Kilgore?
Aye.
Yes, that's a yes.
Indeed.
Okay. I thought you said nay. That's why I'm double checking. Sorry. Commissioner Cron?
Aye.
Commissioner Lloyd?
Yes.
Commissioner Perry.
Nay.
Okay, so we have, motion carries. We have 3 nays and 4 ayes.
For the benefit of the record, would Vice Chair Preston and Commissioner Christopher advise what finding you could not make?
Commissioner DeChristopher, for the record, finding 3.
Commissioner Preston, for the record, finding 3.
Thank you.
Will Adler for the record. Sorry this took so many bouts, but thank you all for the time tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you.
We're not done. Okay, 6H for possible action and discussion and possible action to elect a planning commission chair and vice chair. Is that
I would
you?
like to nominate Terry Preston as chair.
I second.
That nomination.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
And for vice chair? Okay. I would like to nominate Sina Lloyd.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so that's done.
No, that's,
Okay. And we have staff reports.
Just briefly, your next meeting will be a light meeting.
dear God. Get that in blood.
Yeah, you'll have I think it's a special use permit renewal for a billboard on South Carson, a special use permit 5-year review on some containers on Highway 50, special use permit for an apartment complex on Stafford. You had looked at that one other time. It's down Lake Silver Sage. It was on the corner, and that one expired, and some new people are in for that. And then special use permit for something you don't want to see, model homes over at Anderson Ranch. And I say they don't want to see it because they think staff should handle model homes. That's why I brought that up, not that there's a negative thing associated with it. So yeah, it should be a light agenda. At Anderson Ranch, you're right. Thanks.
I'd like to take a moment to, he's gone. Oh, I was going to introduce Scott Harm, our new clerk recorder. But
Oh,
he's gone.
if I can add to mine, I did do the annual master plan report. I presented that to the Board of Supervisors. They agreed with your recommendations in terms of reviewing the tourist commercial zoning, the general industrial airport zoning, looking at the zoning on North Carson Street. And since I met with you, I've become acquainted with Title 16, which we don't talk about. It's about aviation. And it looks at land use compatibility with the airport. And having now had experience with Title 16, I think we have an opportunity to look at more transparent regulations with airport compatibility and looking at overlay zones. So the board agreed to add that to the annual report. So we'll be working on that as well.
And can you give us kind of an overview of the March 3rd proposed meeting?
My understanding is the Title 18 portion will be in the afternoon. And so it's up at the community college, Western Nevada College. And I don't know many details. The district attorney's office, Dan Yu in particular, has been doing the rewrite of Title 18. I'm going to sit with him. I think it's February 7th or something. And he'll review it with me. I haven't seen the rewrite yet either. So I think it will be an opportunity for Dan to give an overview of sort of the modifications to Title 18 and to have a roundtable discussion.
Okay, and I've also heard that Title 17 may be on
Yes,
the
my
plate too.
understanding is the first item on the agenda will be a review of Section 1710 of the municipal code, which is the open space development part, and that's in the subdivision regulations. It's been a lot of concern about the role that plays in subdivisions. So, yeah, there will be a discussion on that, and that's first thing in the morning. It's all day. The Planning Commission certainly welcome to participate all day, but the part that you're mostly invited for is Title 18, and that is in the afternoon.
Can I also ask a question of, can we get the documents that will be reviewing 1710, a current copy of that and Title 18 with enough time before the meeting to actually look
I
at it?
can give you 1710 right away. I mean,
Okay.
that's on the city's website. And in terms of Title 18, as soon as they put the packet out, I'll talk to Dan Yu. The packet would go out 3 days prior, at least 3 days prior. I don't know if he'll give more notice, but I'll talk to him in the city manager's office about getting that on the street earlier.
As much as possible
I get
would
it.
be lovely.
I haven't seen it yet, so I get it. Yeah. Yeah.
And just on that note, I should warn you that it's going to be completely different from what you're from anything you've seen before. Dan's been taking it apart and revising it and reworking it, both from a substantive standpoint and a procedural standpoint of how things should go together. And so things are going to be moved around and likely to be in different places than you're used to.
We want new hot copies of this, so, definitely. And is there anything else?
Can we schedule a workshop in April to review and?
No, I think that's a good point. I think at the March meeting, I mean, none of us know what we're going to see. So we'll take a look at it. And honestly, any brand new code, and enough of you have worked with codes that you know this, it's never perfect this day you get it. You start working with it, you find opportunities for improvement, things that don't work. But to the extent we can identify those before adoption, obviously, is preferable. So, yeah, we may need to have a workshop in April. Fiscal year 24, so actually I have a meeting with the city manager's office on Friday, and I'm going to talk to them about sort of the sequencing of getting the money in the budget, because we'll have to outsource that work, and putting out an RFQ, and because I want to get the RFQ out as soon as I can so that we can hit the ground running July 1. And so I want to review that with them.
And can we make the map more ADA compatible for people like me that sees red all the way through and doesn't see the dots and doesn't see the stripes? So. A motion to adjourn? Oh, how? Comment. I'm sorry. Denny.
Hello, Denny French, Carson City, Nevada, Chair and Committee. Your first day on the job, and it's been a tough one, so I appreciate it, and stick with us. We're all here, I hope, for the betterment of Carson, and thank you. I'm so glad to have you all here and voting. This makes a huge difference in our understanding and the dialogue between you during the I want more of that, actually. I'd like everybody to express, even if they're going to say the same thing as the commissioner next to them or whatever, so that public can get a better feel that there is some sort of interaction here of thought and what the process is and see it in action. But I also am glad that right now I can ask again that you would consider my suggestion that no matter what, commissioner would be able to vote, and they really should be compelled to vote on every subject on your agendas, unless they're in the hospital bed and cannot. other means that are available nowadays should allow everybody to respond. And I would love to hear just what all the thought processes are when you do come to your conclusion. I have very firm feelings about this, and I'm upset that Carson took the side step after a complete vote by the people. And I'm not letting that down. It's a bit of grudge, okay? So I have to watch that's in my tone, but that's not right. We should not have a vote overridden by a board or a committee or a chamber or any public entity but the people. And that should be by a second vote or another circumstance related to a full community and residential vote. And I thank you all for your efforts because you're here because you're caring. And I really feel it. I just like to understand more what's behind all your feelings. I'm feeling the feeling. I just like to know the logic behind it as I learn the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.